also look for a new layer of strategic depth in 2025. We're implementing the unique active skill rule. Each team member must equip a different active skill, forcing teams to adapt and showcase diverse play styles in every match. And last, we keep building a stronger esports ecosystem. This year, we have a global talent development program that empowers local teams, players, and talents to reach their full potential. Let's make 2025 an unforgettable year for Free Fire Esports fans. Together, we'll create a vibrant and exciting competitive scene where legends are shaped.
São 17 pontos na mão deles e 3 times brasileiros zerados.
A missão difícil mas no fim das contas são 6 quedas que vão ditar quem vai ser o grande campeão.
Será que o Box pode ser um jogador que vai ganhar 2 títulos seguidos no Mundial? Será?
Respira, entrega nas mãos de Deus, vamos fazer dar certo, tá bom? Marcha, mano, nós ganharemos, mano. Nós venceremos, nós venceremos, rapaziada. Nós iremos vencer, mano. O sexto mapa é Kalahari, mas nós sabemos que não foi fácil chegar até aqui. O Mundial no Rio foi uma grande felicidade pra todos nós.
Mano, aí eu, fiquei na mente assim, caraca, eu tenho que ganhar logo em casa, minha família vai estar. Quem não gosta de ganhar em casa?
Quando anunciou que teria torcida, eu fiquei muito feliz porque poderia ser campeão e mostrar pra minha mãe, pro meu pai presencialmente, pra minha irmã presencialmente. Os fãs do Fluxo presencialmente.
Tá do nosso lado, tá na nossa casa, a gente vai defender o título em casa. E é o Brasil, não iremos fazer feio pra nossa torcida, né? Todo mundo apoiando, vibrando, torcendo, gritando, não tem como. O troféu desceu ali, saiu do airdrop. Começa a entrar os times, aquela música, quando nós entra, barulheira do caramba, todo mundo empolgado, todo mundo feliz.
Então antes de entrar pro jogo lá, a gente tinha conversado que mesmo com a diferença de ponto ali, de 17 pontos que eles tinham, a gente não queria saber, a gente ia atrás, ia buscar. Ali eu falei, mano, hoje nós vamos fazer história novamente. Eu me arrepiei todo assim, a torcida gritando, a família lá em cima, não sabia pra onde olhar, até dar uma tropeçadinha na hora do palco.
Não aguenta coração, pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Pô, primeira queda, vamos se soltar, ficar tranquilo. Tirar um pouco do nervosismo, da euforia.
A gente dá um top 5 interessantíssimo pro Fluxo também, que consegue segurar muito bem essa colocação.
A gente ficou um pouco atrás e a gente falou, não, ainda dá, a gente sabe que dá. É 5 quedas, nosso time é o melhor time desse mundo.
Agora é hora! Agora é hora! É o bicho papão da game! Olha! É buia brasileiro! A torcida faz barulho, coloca a arena carioca abaixo!
No primeiro buia, que foi na segunda queda, a gente ficou tranquilo, o primeiro buia, opa, tamo no jogo.
Tava todo mundo muito confiante.
Joena, o último jogador da squad pra cima dele! Nós somos o bicho papão da game! Arena carioca transbordando! 3 partidas, 2 buias do Fluxo!
Novaté é o nosso melhor mapa, assim, em questão de pontuação.
Nós tínhamos ali a convicção de que a Bigetron poderia não cair com nós e poderia fazer um jogo mais tranquilo. Só que a Bigetron veio com nós. Parece que foi de um jeito pra prejudicar mesmo.
Abandonado, MT7, último jogador da squad, não! O Fluxo cai top 12. Acaba zerando numa partida que infelizmente não poderia zerar.
Não é possível, viu? Tomar no c, mano. Filho da puta ainda, Vitor.
Os caras conseguiram cair melhor, mataram a gente, caímos no top 12.
Depois daquela queda zerada, você dá uma respirada assim, aí você olha assim em volta.
Putz, será que dá agora? Tomamos um choque de realidade, tá ligado?
O time todo em silêncio, a torcida em choque.
E a gente ficou 15 minutos assistindo a queda.
Então, dos outros 15 minutos, era um animando o outro pra última queda, falando, mano, vamos que dá, vamos que dá.
A gente sempre tem que acreditar, até o final.
Também que tropa. Tem última queda, pô. Última queda, cara. Acreditar, mano. Acreditar até o final, rapaz. Vai ser sinistro, mano. Velho, eu quebro esse palco.
Vamos trocar tiro toda hora, mano. Toda hora não vamos trocar tiro. É isso.
E um dia antes eu liguei pra minha mãe, conversei bastante com ela. Eu nunca duvidei de mim mesmo. E aí foi uma classificatória muito difícil, onde eu comecei a duvidar de mim mesmo. E ela só falando, amanhã é o dia, a gente tá com você, vai dar tudo certo, vai tá lindo. Eu tô rodeado de pessoas que me amam, que confiam em mim. Eu tô com Deus, eu não tenho por que duvidar de mim. Amanhã vai ser o dia de novo e eu vou conseguir virar essa chave.
Quando eu fui na GH pela primeira vez, estava o troféu do Nobru, do troféu do Mundial. Eu olhei pro meu pai, eu olhei pro troféu e falei, ai pai, um dia eu vou ter um desse. Aí meu pai lembrou, tipo, meu pai falou comigo, meu pai falou, lembra daquele dia que você falou, que você me mostrou o troféu do Nobru, você falou que ia ter um desse, então, tipo, tô sentindo que vai ser amanhã. Se Deus quiser, vai se realizar. E eu confio muito em você, confio muito nos meninos, que vai dar bom.
Pensar na família, mano, é o que mais faz seguir, é o que mais me fez seguir, o que mais me trouxe forças. Quando eu desacreditava, ali na quinta partida, que você pensava, mano, será que vai dar? Eles trouxeram uma esperança a mais, sabe, de que, mano, tudo é possível. Eles acreditam em nós, então tudo é possível pra nós.
É isso, rapaziada. Respira, entrega nas mãos de Deus, vamos fazer dar certo, tá bom? Marcha, mano. Nós ganharemos, mano. Nós venceremos. Nós venceremos, rapaziada. Nós iremos vencer, mano.
Eu acho que, olhando assim, eu sou o espelho do time, então se eu demonstrar fraqueza ou se eu demonstrar medo, o time vai ficar com medo, o time vai enfraquecer. Eu tenho que estar 100% confiante, eu tenho que trazer a confiança pro meu time.
Começou! É a última partida, nosso último game. É hora de fazer história. Tudo nosso, nada deles, pra cima!
Ali era a queda da nossa vida, a gente tinha que, o ano todo que nós treinamos, nós tínhamos que dedicar naquela queda.
A gente tava saindo ali do barco, subindo o morro, aí acho que foi MT7 que fala, mano, tão chupetando reto em nós. E aí, tipo, começa a vir uns passarinhos assim, ó, 1, 2, 3, tudo caindo no chão assim, a gente matando muito fácil. Nós mata o Águia, que isso, mano? 10 balas de lança no ult dos caras.
Viado. Bora, irmão. Queremos ser campeão. Bora, caralho. A gente não deixa não pegar aqui o dele. Não deixa o monstro também. Olha o chupeta. Pegar o chupeta daqui.
Ele tá cheio de bala de lança, a gente vai dar bom, a gente vai matar um monte, a gente vai dar um buia.
Aí eu escutei eu acredito.
A gente soube coordenar certinho, o Bobs falando pra gente rodar direito. Foi os 4 rodando direito, os 4 rodando direito.
No final é só gritaria. Roda direita. Tava uma loucura, mas o que é importante é que dá pra entender. Gira direito.
E os caras rodando juntos, eles rodando junto. Mas a gente sabe a hora de parar, a gente sabe a hora de trocar tiro.
Direito, tô indo. Esquerda pulando. Escuta, roda mais. Vamos atrás de tu, papai. Mais dois giros só. Tem direito.
A gente passa por baixo da escadinha assim, o Gil deita um e cai. E aí chega uma hora que não tem como mais girar, a gente bate de frente com os caras.
Paramos na hora certa, o Guti matou 3 lá, eu matei 2.
E nesse tempo que o Gil caiu, a Twitch começou a encostar, querer pegar nossas costas. Aí nós já deu dash aqui nas costas deles. E aí fica eu, Bops MT7 contra 2 deles, né? Aí o Bops derruba um, o MT cai e fica 2x1.
O MLS consegue me derrubar também.
Mais um jogador no gelo, só tem Bops e Boot. 2 jogadores agora, vambora Bops, pra cima deles não!
Aí fica 1x1.
O Bops na hora lá, todo mundo, só mais tu.
Respira, irmão. Então melhor.
Descobri que o Guti tem um gatilho, assim, pode-se dizer, em falar, sou mais você, sou mais a gente.
Aí eu falei, não, se eles eram mais eu também sou, vambora, pra cima deles. E não tinha como eu perder aquele X1 pela energia que eu tava naquela hora ali do time todo.
Eu pulo pro mesmo lado que ele, a gente se encontra e eu deletei ele sem nem perder vida. Mandei ele de volta pra casa, triste.
O Gutizinho conseguiu a tua histórica, porque sem ele o título não seria possível.
Vambora, Guti ainda no jogo, é contigo garoto, bate no peito, chama a responsa, vai que é tua!
Aí a gente foi lá, comemorou o buia e ficou tipo, caraca, será que deu certo? Será que não deu?
E aí? Deu nós? O que aconteceu? Como que tá?
Aí ainda bem que anunciou muito rápido, porque eu tava tremendo já.
A Camilota já começando a falar.
Grita junto comigo! Fluxo! Equipe campeã! Parabéns!
Do Fluxo, equipe campeão.
Aí eu olhar pro lado do Guti já chorando muito. Mano, fala qualquer coisa e ele começa a chorar. A primeira reação é tirar o fone, começar a chorar assim, igual uma criança. Passa um filme na cabeça que você passou o ano todo, a vida toda, tipo, vivendo pro jogo. Aí mudou. Tá, eu não... Gente, não vou conseguir, eu acho. Esse assunto do Mundial é muito delicado.
Chororô. Aí eu chorei, meu pai chorou, minha mãe chorou, aí meu irmão tava lá, meu sobrinho.
Então acho que esse título é para todos eles que me ajudaram a ser quem eu sou, me educaram e estiveram comigo nos meus melhores e meus piores momentos.
Uma palavra? Nossa senhora. De gratidão. Acho que a palavra certa é gratidão.
Gratidão? Gratidão é bom?
É realização.
Acho que união.
Grato por tudo, grato pelo título, grato pela minha família bem, meus amigos bem, todo mundo bem.
É muita emoção para a família ver um filho sendo campeão mundial.
Se tornamos as pessoas com mais título dentro do jogo. Bizarro, porque até ano passado, 2003, eu não tinha ganho nada ainda. Eu era só um molequinho feliz jogando LBFF.
Eu acho que nesse próximo mundial vão aprender a respeitar mais a gente.
E pra quando trombar com nós dentro de jogo, ficar em choque, sentir medo, tremer. Porque todo mundo sabe quando é nós. Os caras ficam em choque, os caras tremem, porque sabem que nós não vamos errar. Foi glorioso, foi grandioso, nós conseguimos. Nós somos campeões.
Okay.
Dear survivors, 2024 was a year of incredible plays and unforgettable moments. But legends are forged in the fires of competition. From zero to hero, the journey to victory starts again. 2025 promises even more intense action, more thrilling victories, and a legacy that will be shaped from passion. Let's dive into the roadmap and major changes of Fire Esports 2025. First up, let's have a look at the FFWS series. We're bringing you all the thrilling action from top-tier regional leagues in Brazil, Latin America, Southeast Asia, Middle East and Africa, and Pakistan. Pre-seasons leagues will happen in Feb to March, then most of the leagues will start around April 2025. 2 epic FFWS SEA offline showdowns are coming up. Hanoi, Vietnam for the spring season, and Bangkok, Thailand for the fall season. And of course, we're working on expanding our esports footprint by activating more regions in 2025. After dominating regional leagues, the elites will converge on Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the EWC in July. Then, the ultimate battle arrives. FFWS Global Finals in Jakarta, Indonesia, birthplace of Fire Esports legends. Prepare for an unforgettable spectacle. Next up is major changes in our format in 2025 to enhance audience experience. Get ready for a thrilling new format called Champion Rush. In the final match, teams race to achieve the Champion Rush point. Once a team hits that mark and secures the next Booyah, they are crowned champions. After 8 games, if we cannot find a champion team with Booyah, the highest ranking team will be the champion. This high-octane format will push our top players to their absolute limits, delivering adrenaline-fueled action in every final match. We also look for a new layer of strategic depth in 2025. We're implementing the unique active skill rule. Each team member must equip a different active skill, forcing teams to adapt and showcase diverse play styles in every match. And last, we keep building a stronger esports ecosystem. This year, we have a global talent development program that empowers local teams, players, and talents to reach their full potential. Let's make 2025 an unforgettable year for free Fire Esports fans. Together, we'll create a vibrant and exciting competitive scene where legends are shaped.
Na liderança, são 17 pontos na mão deles e 3 times brasileiros zerados.
A missão difícil mas no fim das contas são 6 quedas que vão ditar quem vai ser o grande campeão.
Será que o Bops pode ser um jogador que vai ganhar 2 títulos seguidos no Mundial? Será?
Respira, entrega nas mãos de Deus, vamos fazer dar certo, tá bom? Marcha, mano, nós ganharemos, mano, nós venceremos, nós venceremos, rapaziada, nós iremos vencer, mano.
O sexto mapa é Kalahari, mas nós sabemos que não foi fácil chegar até aqui. O Mundial no Rio foi uma grande felicidade pra todos nós.
Mano, aí eu, fiquei na mente assim, caraca, eu tenho que ganhar logo em casa, minha família vai estar. Quem não gosta de ganhar em casa?
Quando anunciou que teria torcida, eu fiquei muito feliz porque poderia ser campeão e mostrar pra minha mãe, pro meu pai presencialmente, pra minha irmã presencialmente, pros fãs do Fluxo presencialmente.
Tá do nosso lado, tá na nossa casa, a gente vai defender o título em casa. E é o Brasil, não iremos fazer feio pra nossa torcida, né? Todo mundo apoiando, vibrando, torcendo, gritando, não tem como. O troféu desceu ali, saiu do airdrop. Começa a entrar os times. Aquela música, quando nós entra, barulheira do caramba. Todo mundo empolgado, todo mundo feliz.
Então, antes de entrar pro jogo lá, a gente tinha conversado que mesmo com a diferença de ponto ali, de 17 pontos que eles tinham, a gente não queria saber, a gente ia atrás, ia buscar.
Ali eu falei, mano, hoje nós vamos fazer história novamente. Eu me arrepiei todo assim, a torcida gritando, a família lá em cima, não sabia pra onde olhar. Até deu uma tropeçadinha na hora do palco.
Não aguenta coração, pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Pô, primeira queda, vamos se soltar, ficar tranquilo. Tirar um pouco do nervosismo, da euforia.
A gente tem um top 5 interessantíssimo pro Fluxo também, que consegue segurar muito bem essa colocação.
A gente ficou um pouco atrás, a gente falou, não, ainda dá, a gente sabe que dá. É 5 quedas, nosso time é o melhor time desse mundo.
Agora é hora! Agora é hora! É o bicho papão do endgame! Olha! Só é Booyah brasileiro! A torcida faz barulho, coloca a arena carioca abaixo!
No primeiro Booyah, foi na segunda queda, a gente ficou tranquilo, o primeiro Booyah, opa, tamo no jogo.
Tava todo mundo muito confiante.
Joena, o último jogador da squad pra cima dele! Nós somos o bicho papão do endgame! Arena carioca transbordando! 3 partidas, 2 Booyahs do Fluxo!
Nova Terra é o nosso melhor mapa, assim, em questão de pontuação.
Nós tínhamos ali a convicção de que a Bigetron poderia não cair com nós e poderia fazer um jogo mais tranquilo. Só que a Bigetron veio com nós. Parece que foi de um jeito pra prejudicar mesmo.
Abandonado, MT7, último jogador da squad, não! O Fluxo cai top 12. Acaba zerando numa partida que infelizmente não poderia zerar.
Não é possível, viu? Tomar no c, mano. Filho da puta ainda, Vitor.
Os caras conseguiram cair melhor, mataram a gente, caímos no top 12.
Depois daquela queda zerada, você dá uma respirada assim, aí você olha assim em volta.
Putz, será que dá agora? Tomamos um choque de realidade, tá ligado?
O time todo em silêncio, a torcida em choque.
E a gente ficou 15 minutos assistindo a queda.
Então, dos outros 15 minutos, era um animando o outro pra última queda, falando, mano, vamos que dá, vamos que dá.
A gente sempre tem que acreditar até o final.
Também que tropa. Tem a última queda, pô. Última queda, cara. Acreditar, mano. Acreditar até o final, rapaziada. Vai ser sinistro, mano. Eu quebro esse palco, vamos trocar tiro toda hora, mano. Toda hora não trocar tiro. É isso.
E um dia antes eu liguei pra minha mãe, conversei bastante com ela. Eu nunca duvidei de mim mesmo. E aí foi uma classificatória muito difícil, onde eu comecei a duvidar de mim mesmo. E ela só falando, amanhã é o dia, a gente tá com você, vai dar tudo certo, vai tá lindo. Eu tô rodeado de pessoas que me amam, que confiam em mim. Eu tô com Deus, eu não tenho por que duvidar de mim. Amanhã vai ser o dia de novo e eu vou conseguir virar essa chave.
Quando eu fui na GH pela primeira vez, estava o troféu do Nobru, do troféu do Mundial. Eu olhei pro meu pai, eu olhei pro troféu e falei, aí pai, um dia eu vou ter um desse. Aí meu pai lembrou, tipo, meu pai falou comigo, meu pai falou, lembra daquele dia que você falou, que você me mostrou o troféu do Nobru? Você falou que ia ter um desse, então, tipo, tô sentindo que vai ser amanhã. Se Deus quiser, vai se realizar. E eu confio muito em você, confio muito nos meninos, que vai dar bom.
Pensar na família, mano, é o que mais faz seguir. É o que mais me fez seguir, o que mais me trouxe forças. Quando eu desacreditava, ali na quinta partida, que você pensava, mano, será que vai dar? Eles trouxeram uma esperança a mais, sabe? De que, mano, tudo é possível. Eles acreditam em nós, então tudo é possível pra nós.
É isso, rapaziada. Respira, entrega nas mãos de Deus, vamos fazer dar certo, tá bom? Marcha, mano. Nós ganharemos, mano. Nós venceremos, rapaziada. Nós iremos vencer, mano.
Eu acho que, olhando assim, eu sou o espelho do time, então se eu demonstrar fraqueza ou se eu demonstrar medo, o time vai ficar com medo, o time vai enfraquecer. Eu tenho que estar 100% confiante, eu tenho que trazer a confiança pro meu time.
Começou! É a última partida, nosso último game. É hora de fazer história. Tudo nosso, nada deles, pra cima!
Ali era a queda da nossa vida, a gente tinha que... O ano todo que nós treinamos, nós tínhamos que dedicar naquela queda.
A gente tava saindo ali do barco, subindo o morro. Aí acho que foi MT7 que fala, mano, tão chupetando reto em nós. E aí, tipo, começa a vir uns passarinhos assim, ó, 1, 2, 3, tudo caindo no chão assim, a gente matando muito fácil. Nós mata o AD, que isso, mano? 10 balas de lança no ult dos caras.
Viado. Bora, irmão. Vamos ser campeão. Bora, caralho. A gente não vai pegar aqui o dele. Não vai pegar o monstro também. Olha, pegou a chupeta. Eu peguei o chupeta daqui.
Ele tá cheio de bala de lança, a gente vai dar bom. A gente vai matar um monte, a gente vai dar o buia.
Aí eu escutei eu acredito.
Soube coordenar certinho, o Bobs falando pra gente rodar direito. Foi os 4 rodando direito, os 4 rodando direito.
No final é só gritaria. Roda direita. Tava uma loucura, mas o que é importante é que dá pra entender. Gira direito.
E os caras rodando juntos, eles rodando junto. Mas a gente sabe a hora de parar, a gente sabe a hora de trocar tiro.
Direito, tô indo. Esquerda pulando. Escuta, roda mais. Tamo atrás de tu, papai. Faz dois giros só. Tem direito.
A gente passa por baixo da escadinha assim.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and this is a Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 preseason, and this is the third and final day for Battle Royale knockout stage, and it has been a roller coaster ride all throughout the first 2 days, and after this day, we're going to find out who proceeds to the point rush as well as grand finals. On the caster says, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, together with me is my brother, Mustachio AJ.
You know it's going to be a good tournament when you are so excited about it and at the same time so upset that the knockout stage is going to end already. I wish we had more days in this preseason so that we can really check out exactly how good and consistent some of these teams are, right? Because here at the preseason, they only get to play a total of 12 games here in the knockout stage before they move on to the playoffs. Now, in the point rush, you only have 12 teams. Top 8 teams from the grand finals gets to move on to the final 2 days. On Saturday and Sunday, we actually have Clash Squad coming up as well. So that is obviously going to be really, really exciting next week. But obviously for this time here, we want to see exactly who can swipe away the biggest slice of $30,000 now.
Yeah, as we look at the prize pool right now for Battle Royale, the first place will be getting $8,000, and it goes down. It tapers off up until the 12th, or let's say the 13th, because from the 13th to the 18th, they will still be getting $250. But in addition to that, the MVP for the tournament will be getting an additional $500. But as you did mention, this is not just the entirety of the prize pool. This is just for Battle Royale, and there will be more when it comes to Clash Squad.
A total of $50,000 have been set aside here for the preseason. $30,000 for Battle Royale, $20,000 for Clash Squad later on. So Battle Royale runs from the 5th to the 7th of March. That's for the knockout stage. We are currently on the 7th of March, which is the final day for the knockout stage. Point Rush is tomorrow, followed by Grand Finals for Battle Royale on the 9th of March. The Saturday and Sunday that I talked about earlier on for Clash Squad, that's coming up for you guys next week.
Yeah, and that is something that really excites me. I will be watching in the background because we will be spending, me and AJ will be spending Battle Royale all throughout the week, but I'll be sitting it out by next week. So I'm really excited on how that is going to end up, because we've seen some of the teams play the Clash Squad, but in this tournament it starts off 2025 with that addition that really turned the game a little bit different. But in a tournament format that we have right now, this is the usual setup. We keep talking about this knockout stage, point rush, grand finals, but there are something new, like the unique active skill, double elimination points for the final map for each day, and the champion rush for the final day.
Unique active skill will be applied all throughout the competition, including the grand finals. Double elimination points, on the other hand, will only be used for the knockout phase as well as point rush. On the grand finals itself, we will be looking at the champion rush for the final day. Champion rush points, once again, you guys will be running through that a little bit later on. We'll explain it, but of course, as usual, the point system first, it remains the same as always. You hit the booyah, 12 points, 9 points for second place. Third place gets 8 points. You basically minus off 1 point for each consecutive spot that comes after that. 11th and 12th, though, gets you nothing at all. You can buffer your points through eliminations. 1 point for every player you take out of the game.
There's something new in there as well. As mentioned, we have the double elimination that will be happening in knockout stage, and as well as point rush day. So that would show up when we get to that map number 6. Every elimination will be doubled for all of the teams, and that really turned things around for some who are like buffing their numbers in terms of elimination. But if in case there will be tiebreakers in this tournament, we will be having that 3-step. First counting number of booyahs, then the total elimination, and then lastly the survival ranks.
And of course, the survival ranks have never been looked upon in the past as a tiebreaker rule. We've never had to go that far. But fingers crossed, 2025 just brings that something different, right? But of course, as we all gear up. Neptune and I are still very much excited about how the Champion Rush Point is going to bring about a little bit of drama this coming Sunday. We are excited. We are looking forward to it. We hope you guys are looking forward to it as well. For the past 2 days, though, this one new rule has been giving us a lot of unique situations out there where you cannot come in here and spam the exact same active skill across the board anymore. Each player must have their own unique active skill. 2 players cannot share the exact same active skill. They won't be allowed to join the lobby, and that has really changed the pacing of the game now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, now we're seeing a combination of either A124, Homer, Tatsuya, Cassie. Some pulls out the Coda. That is something new, and that has been buffed up as well. So this really shows, or once the characters are shown in the battlefield, you will be able to read how the play will be. But as AJ mentioned, the format of the Champion Rush is something different, because we are not just talking about 6 games. There will be a possibility of 8 games in maximum for the final day, and then there's a target of 80 points that each team needs to get to activate the Champion Rush condition. If they get the next Booyah after reaching 80, then they will be the champions. But if no one of the teams will get that Booyah, then we will base it on the standings, who grabbed the championship.
This basically means the competition can be over in 3 games. Of course, that's the craziest of scenarios, assuming that one team gathers 40 points in game 1 and 40 points in game 2 to activate the condition, and in the 3rd game, they get a Booyah. But obviously, 40 points is a lot, but some of these teams in the past have shown us that they've got the capability of doing something like that, mainly Buriram United Esports as well as Team Falcon. Some of the others have also shown us shades of such a possibility. RRQ Kazu, All Gamers Gaming have shown that prowess sometimes as well. But of course, on that note, groups A and C will take each other on today. Both these groups have only played 6 games each so far. Group B have already completed all 12 of their games, and they will just be waiting, biting their nails, I am very sure, to wonder and see exactly which one of their own teams gets kicked out of the competition.
Yeah, so look at the team lineup right now. This is once again Group A and C, and I would agree with you on that note for Group B. And hopefully they have given all from the first 2 days that they fought, but we've seen on the standings that not a lot of players or not a lot of teams from Group B seems to be in a safe spot. So there's still a potential that things would change. And even in day number 1, we've seen how well everything has been shuffled after that double elimination match. So that is something that still we will be surprised onto who's going to end up on the top 12, because winning conditions has changed overall.
Yeah, that most definitely is correct. And of course, looking at the team lineups here for some of the other squads, we most definitely want to highlight Team CRM. After losing Limit to Falcons, they have kind of changed a little bit of what they are in general. But we do understand that this team is capable a lot of reckoning out there on the battlefield. Problem is, we just have not seen the best version of this squad just yet. 56 points gathered so far over 6 games is not really the potential that I assumed I would see from this team.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that, and that's something that they really need to work on. Even on the VODs, I keep reviewing the VODs from yesterday, even from the other day. From yesterday, when they were introduced, Group C has been introduced, I rarely see core memory, CRM, on the battlefield. Like, they will be showing up on the kill feed, because they're the ones being taken down. But I know that there's a lot of surprises that we can see from this team, especially now wherein they need to double up their effort. They need to really put the pedal to the metal right now, because this is game time, baby. This is the last chance for those in knockout stage to get in to the next level.
You gotta love how serious the Vietnamese teams are, everybody gathering at the same spot. And obviously that's going to help them in terms of communication, in terms of strategizing how to move forward together as a squad, as opposed to some of these Thai teams. In fact, all the Thai teams that are playing from separate locations, probably their own individual homes, that must most definitely affect a little bit of the team chemistry and communication there.
Yeah, I mean, now that you pointed it out, from day number one, we've seen that Bordeaux United, from the beginning, they didn't really pop off that much. That might be one of the factor that has affected their gameplay. So we'll have to find out if that is something that might change in the upcoming match, because so far they've done well. They have been doing well. 2 out of the 6 match from day number one has been played quite well, but again, there's some slowdown for Bordeaux United. For the other teams out there, even if they've shown up from the beginning of the previous day or the first day that they jumped into battlefield, they started slow down towards the end. That makes it miserable for them in terms of leaderboard.
Yeah, and obviously this is something that they need to overcome very, very quickly, because this preseason doesn't really give them all that too many opportunities, unless of course they just want to use this as a practice board and then hop on into the real thing when FFWS SEA comes up and they await to show us exactly what they're capable of. Game schedule, as you will notice, is no longer the OG rotation. We now randomize every single map at the start of the day, so the teams can no longer focus on a specific rhythm, or they don't really know exactly what to expect until we throw them into these games, which has been truly a game changer, even for us and our pacing now.
Yeah, I mean, the pacing of the game usually starts slow because it starts from Bermuda. Everyone knows the map, but now it starts like randomly. We don't know even where Bermuda will be coming in before the match or before it is shown to us. So that is one thing that we need to other teams need to look forward to and adjust quite well, because they will have to make all those changes on the fly.
Top 3 teams here on Alpine: WAG from Vietnam, Onyx Olympus from Indonesia, and Team Toda from Malaysia. Toda has been struggling quite a little bit, and they have only played 6 games so far, so they do have a decent opportunity to find this recovery. Vamos, on the other hand, from Malaysia, out of Group B, have already concluded their 12 games, and it really looks like Vamos is not going to make it through to the playoffs. They are not going to make it through to Point Rush as well as the grand finals, because 84 points is too little on the overall leaderboard, and quite a number of teams will be able to catch up. But the bigger question is, will teams from Malaysia, Toda and Expand, be able to catch up with Vamos?
Yeah, that's one thing that really changes how they think of the first few days. And while I was thinking on the number of days that we have a knockout stage, like, hopefully the teams will be treating this quite aggressively. There's no more chances to be slowing down from each game because of the length of the knockout stage. Now it's just reduced to 3 days, and 2 of which will be played by the team. So if that would be the mindset of each of the team every time, then there's no slacking off.
Yeah, there are many different ways to look at what this preseason can function as, right? Many of them can use this preseason as a means to get used to the brand new rule sets that have been introduced already here on the Southeast Asian level. But of course, a little bit more on that. We're going to jump into the game. We'll continue this conversation there. You lead us in, bro.
And now we head to game number 1 for the final day of the knockout stage. And the flight path will be merciful for all the teams right now. It will be slicing through this map. And as we can see, hopefully they have learned and studied the drop spots of the teams, or they might even studied so much that they know who they will be hot dropping in a bit.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I think by now the teams are already very used to going to one spot and then looting and then rotating out of that compound towards the circle, regardless of where it is. But almost everybody has found their comfort zone, right? Very few teams change that comfort zone unless they know they are going to be pursued by some others out there on the battlefield who are looking for their position or points off of them because they're struggling in the competition. But here's the thing. I think that's, a very good blessing to be able to discover that even before the official season starts, right? Because then that allows you to really pick up more solid and well-planned points from the very get-go.
And speaking of points, Stay United is now wreaking havoc against AG Global Stadium is where they drop. And well, we were expecting Bigatron to be here as well because of the previous days, but I guess because they thought that they will be having this hot crop, they missed or they didn't really jump in. Now, speaking of jumping in, we are expecting Saifa to make a revive so that the rest of the teams will be jumping in. Otherwise, AG Global will be at a loss once again.
Yeah, but Saifa just can't find a spot to bring his buddies back. Ikal needs to finish this off right here, right now. Miniuzi cannot save Saifa. Adrian gets the elimination, and I believe that's about it for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, 11 teams remain. One has been eliminated, and that is AG Global. Now, let's see if the same thing will be happening right now because Team Expand, as we called out, is not really doing that well from the first day that they fought, and now going against Team Falcons that I couldn't say that they are on prime from yesterday, but there's a huge chance that they will be gearing up right now. So that will depend on what pacing they will chase right now, but I guess they are going slow. They don't want to be that aggressive because of learning from the mistakes from yesterday.
Drone sent out here by Falcons. Information scouted out. 3 players scanned already by the drone, and Falcons using the information not to go in for a very aggressive attack, but to position themselves very well just towards that right-hand side after scanning out Expand on the left. And they will get the jackpot because they do have 1 player within the vicinity. And Peter finds him. Bison very quickly fires him down on fire. Will finish him off with the final few shots out of the M590. Now for the 3 players that have been scanned out, it's party time.
I love how Team Falcons did that. They pull out the drone and then use the binoculars to spot out the solo player. And that's what they're capitalizing on. Leon right now will be drained and will be taken out that easily. Only 2 remains for Expand, and I don't think they'll be able to expand the landscape for their team because it's becoming tight right now.
Yeah, the M590 definitely smacks, but the Bison's rate of fire and damage output still makes it a well-feared gun. Now, Fire Esports about to interfere in the pacing of Falcon. They show up on the top of the hill, and that is a threat Falcons cannot deal with here. They use the binoculars. They spotted out those players already. Limit giving off that warning to the rest of his team members, and because of that, Expand will survive.
I mean, Expand, the final player, will be able to get away, and thanks to Fire Esports. Now, BTR right now, they went into Rai, going against GOW, but there goes the hit with a nade, Demon, with that good shot, and the nade will go through. Now, only 3 remains, and Gardu will be fighting back against Dion's Mag 7.
Yeah, you gotta love that Mag 7. The pump out of it is decent enough, just like the Trogon. Just that the Trogon can pump out grenades as well. Ton! Get bumped down to the ground by that Mag 7. Yanbin with a fantastic turnaround, but he needs to go for the pickup now. Koja right in front of him. Demon focuses on picking up 1 player. And it is Koja and the Mag 7 that cannot stand up against Demon's level 3 SMG. Gets the job done like a superstar.
Fights from afar. That is where or how they initiated this battle. A GOW Demon might be out. They still have 3 players, and they might not be coming back. But no! With the help onto the other side. Once again, Dion will need to say bye-bye for now because here comes Day United knocking the doors.
Oh, very well played out there. It's just chaos from the very start. This is what we love, man. Today's spacing, today's random map picks have started the day off with quite a bit of energy here. Beat it down on the ground, bleeding out already. And it is the M590 once again in action from both sides. They need to reduce the number of drops of that gun on the battlefield because everybody's spamming it now.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen a full, if not 3 players from a full squad wearing that M590. But, well, Team Falcons right now, I guess they will be in a little bit of trouble because only one remains from their side. For BTR, I love how FiZ, the 3-in-1 push that they're doing right now, is more tactical compared to the mostly aggressive play of the Giant Slayer. And I guess they really want to take that title. Anyone that they can go into this battlefield against will be taken down, and they keep evolving in terms of their tactics.
And that's what it's all about, right? The continuous evolution of your squad's capabilities to really wrap up each and every single game with the most possible number of points. If possible, maybe even the Booyah. And 20 eliminations, what Bigatron Delta's looking for. Sharp shooting from Koja. And the Groza will always deliver from a distance like that. But North with the Woodpecker should be able to find a response here. FiZ on standby with the AWM. Gateway United up against their brothers Bigatron.
Yeah, I mean, they pulled away. They United pulled away, and BTR is going for the flank. Now, we do have 30 seconds before the next phase of the circle will be revealed. Thus, there's plenty of time for them to go in for Arsenal and equip themselves with even more high-caliber weapons. So, I guess for Gateway United, there's a time for them to move far, far away because we've seen how well FiZ can go with the snipes, as well as the rest of the teams for the up-close and personal battle.
I really appreciate the minimap being on the top left-hand side again. My eyeball is just so used to it. Twisted minds.
It's difficult to adapt to change, though. I mean, that's why some of the teams are struggling right now.
I know, right? I know, right? I mean, I can't even adjust with the change of one thing. These guys have to adjust with multiple changes here in this competition. Now, Diamond stuck on a roof, surrounded by Gateway United players. There's another one right behind him, assisting him with the FGL shots, but Diamond still very cheeky. Kiki from afar! Doesn't have a sniper to punish Diamond just yet. Man gets lucky.
Yeah, I mean, he is lucky to be able to get away, and let's see what more can be done in this game. Now, we'll go back in a little bit, and we're going to jump into the battle later on, but I love how Twisted-minded and go all out against Gateway United, because on the horizon we saw a little bit of core memory, and that might be one that might make them fall down. But speaking of falling down, they went straight into this compound against Gateway United. I guess they have that opportunity, but no! What? There goes the return, and Adrian right now will be pouring rain onto the spine.
Oh, Saming! A sliver of health left on his opponent, but he can't finish the job just yet. The mini Uzi will fail him. 400 coins in his pocket, cannot even buy a team member back. And the man is on the back foot, running away as quickly as possible as Gateway United recover their numbers, picking up all of their team members, and they are on for the pursuit. 89 HP. Saming already tagged up. Pocket market is not going to be pulled out. It's the medkit instead. He's got the shield there, but it's not going to do him much at all as these players finally fight his back.
And there we have it. Interested mind. Unfortunate for them, when we lost sight, I thought they are, or when we got back, I thought they are the ones in the lead in that battle. But I mean, Adrian just spamming at M590 to take down 2, if not 3 of the players does. Twisted Mind Saming was in trouble when 19 remains in this battle. And as we look at RRQ, not so much of engagement happening on their side, only 1 elimination, and they're back on Sunside right now. I guess this is one of the favorites in this map.
Yeah. If there was a moon side on the opposite side, I would smile. I mean, for no reason. It's just weird things that I want on the map. 1 more brings Peter back. Bigatron Delta this time up against CRM. 33 seconds to go before the circle brings them more teams and players to worry about. Compounds really small here. So Bigatron and CRM, they need to actually figure out exactly what the game plan is going to be here, because if you look at Bigatron's players, they don't really have that many glue walls on them. I'm talking about 3, I'm talking about 6. You know, 1 dragged out battle against 1 squad is more than enough to actually drain them of these resources.
Yeah, and I guess they lost that momentum that they had as well because they spotted core memory earlier, and then now they don't know how to position themselves. All they have to do is wait for the next phase of the circle so that at least they would know how the rotation of the other teams would be. But the same goes for RRQ. When they're getting too close, Dewa United. So another battle between Indonesians will be happening in a bit, and Dutch right now goes in for the flank to spot them out. I guess information would be on them, and 18 Deer is just waiting for the go signal. But on the other side, Bermuda United and Team Falcons might be surprising them.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about, right? The congregation of players here as they try to avoid the damage from the blue, which has been pretty annoying from what we saw yesterday. And Falcons using the silent timing here in this matchup to bring back the rest of their team members. But like you pointed out, Falcons team is surrounded by Buriram, and Get High is not allowing the rest of his team members to drop anywhere close to him. So this is going to be a challenge for Team Falcons.
Yeah, let's see if they can overcome this challenge. One is safely above on a tower, and the rest of the teams will probably has nowhere to go. And there goes Limit X7 being taken down by Bigatron Delta, and that is a problem. In late game revival, no loots, no position, that is like you have nowhere to go. Thus, that's something that you need to work on, or probably do the revival a little bit early.
Yeah, I mean, it's most definitely the prudent thing to do. But it's all about exactly what sort of situations line up right in front of them. I mean, see, for example, if RRQ wants to reposition, it's not just up to them. So many teams waiting around them to shoot their heads off. And it's been such a silent game for the past 5 minutes. Usually when I say something like that, it picks up. And yes, it does pick up. Get High, Buriram. Shots from afar. Fire Esports getting tortured by CRM as well. Riptide Rhythm breaking down their defenses. Fire. They don't have a choice, and they are the furthest team from this next circle. The Vietnamese team is going to have a lot of challenges as they try to traverse across the battlefield.
All Wa needs to hope for is someone would destruct a BRU right now, but RRQ will be distracted by Dewa United. This has been waiting for quite some time to happen, and no one is going down just yet. And as I say that, there goes North going south, and looks for the finisher. Now, for the rest of the teams of RRQ, they need to go for rotation because Todak will be jumping in as well, trying to capitalize on all the chaos that's happening down here.
RRQ, the best Indonesian team out there, hands down. But they do need to pick up the pacing on those eliminations. They're sneaking away 1-2. And we understand why the slower pace here from this Indonesian giant. It was a revival spree just earlier in this matchup. The resources wise, they are down. And they go in for the chase. They are united. You are in our way, says 18 Deer. And they take them out in the 9th spot.
There goes 4 eliminations for them, but 18 Deer goes down as well. Todak is now knocking on their doors, jumping in the window like a thief in the night. But let's see if they will be able to clear out RRQ. Speaking of clearing out, Expand has been taken out and cleared for the next battle. Now let's see if the rotation for RRQ will work for them, because not only will they be dealing with those across, with Buriram United is waiting on their side.
Yeah, and they spotted out Buriram already. Problem is, you can spot Buriram, but can you shoot them? These boys are so slippery, slick out there on the battlefield, moving around constantly. The first ones to find the next circle. And as you pointed out yesterday, Nep, that next circle is not going to stay put in that one spot. So you need to get there and also be ready to move. You can't barricade yourself in there with those blue walls.
Yeah, no more waiting for the final moment. And there goes Fire. Almost taken down. Managed to get away. And BTR is still alive. RRQ has been taken down. 5 remains, and 5 has been taken down as well. Kyong, this final survivor. But as we look, Buriram United still full squad. Todak also full squad. And will they be able to recover before facing BRU?
Yeah, Jonah just savage with the triple elimination on those grenades. Purgatory Delta out in 5th, and now the full-on fight between Toda and Buriram. Do you stand a chance, Toda? Buriram says, hell no, as they just mow their players down one after the other, not even breaking a sweat.
I mean, they keep jumping and shooting with the M590, and we know how difficult it is to catch those. Now CRM now managed to jump away and pull out of this compound, leaving Folky behind. But yes, we need that sacrifice. They need that sacrifice to be able to survive. It is a 4v2v1v1 situation, and Bermuda United is raiding this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Buriram's just going out on a hunt. Nobody else is doing any attacking. It's just Buriram going around in circles, slaying player after player after player to scream booyah at the end of game 1.
No doubt that Bermuda United is back on their feet. And well, same goes for Rosanna. He managed to stand up because of all the excitement that happened right here. But for that is something else. Bermuda United just showed us once again how quickly they can clear up the area.
Oh yeah.
Using the meta, like capitalizing on the meta, M590 in that battle, and they're unstoppable when we saw it.
I mean, I have to agree with you, man. And Buriram is unstoppable. Their movements out there on the battlefield so slick, so smooth, and so accurate. Circle after circle, you could see them being one of the first few ones there, as opposed to their usual tactic of playing it slow. And when they went out there to find an engagement with any teams, they were just not missing the mark. They moved on in like a pack of dogs, and they were ripping everybody apart. You have to love the teamwork.
Yeah, I mean, there's no chance of missing. If in case of one player misses, there's two waiting. A three-man push with one backup in there from Moshi. And even Moshi is wearing the snipers, or shotgun rather. So that is a four-man shotgun, like, I don't know, shotgun party right here to clear out the game.
I mean, if there's anything that we are learning from this preseason is we need to reduce the number of drops of the M590 on the battlefield. Everybody has the M590. Everybody. But I guess if everybody has it, then it's an equal playing field. But if everybody has it, then that's going to be the only gun. I wouldn't be surprised if Verena makes a rule after this that each player needs to have a unique gun class. Oh, I tell that immediately will change how Free Fire works instantaneously here on the tournament setting. Can you imagine you've just got one sniper allowed on your squad? You can't run the usual Buriram tactic of having the double sniper. Sometimes they run around out there with a total of 2 marksmen, 2 snipers. Yeah, if we disallow that, things could change. But of course, until crazy things like that happen, teams like Buriram will continue to dominate. But of course, this is a little different. On first day of their play, they only heated up in the last 2 games. So maybe they'll fizzle out after the first 2 games. Maybe.
That's a big word. Maybe. I mean, that's something that we might not see because of how they are positioned in leaderboard. We know that some of the teams really moved up. Even if they ended that day on second, a lot of teams gathered a lot of points as well, and now they're above them. And that is what triggers Bermuda United. Every time they get pushed down, it's like, okay, let's secure that spot, and then that's when we slow down. So I think they will, or we will still see Bermuda United until that moment that they get to the top 2, top 3, or if not, that #1 spot.
And of course, Buriram, as usual, just collecting those booyahs. The first team to get to 3 booyahs here at the pre-season knockout stage. Buriram, the first one there. Buriram will most definitely want to look to hold on to all of these records that they're setting. But let's take a look at that highlight once again as we opened up an explosive Alpine here on day 3.
Yeah, I mean, Bermuda United has shown us how different things are in when you play it differently. Like winning conditions, they tried it in day #1. Right now, they're starting off hot, showing us how aggressive a full-man squad with that M590 is. And, well, again, I guess the teams, after hearing your statement about the gun rolls, they would say, oh, hold on, AJ. Hold on. Hold on, we're not there just yet.
See, everybody's on a shotgun there. The teams are like, why would you say that, AJ? Why would you suggest such a thing? It's gonna happen, boys. Get ready.
Even in the final moment, Moshi changed the shotgun. So, well, there's really no choice but the M79 King will be our MVP. 6 elimination, 4,411 on a damage, and 3 on the assist. And he's wearing a 8-1-2-4, Joseph, Nikita, and a Nairi for those class.
You gotta love the setup. You gotta love his skills. Like you said, grenade launcher in hand. He obliterates his opponent. 6 eliminations. He hit that triple back to back earlier. You gotta love the arrangement of numbers on the damage. 44-11 there as well. This guy, one of the greatest captains the world of Free Fire Esports has ever seen.
Definitely. I mean, that has brought them to a different height because of his leadership, and I guess we support the rest of the teams as well. And we know how it is in terms of MVP. Like Jonah might be taking lead right now. If they get a few more of those booyahs, then it will definitely change. Everyone from the team is chasing for this title, but for how long? Because we saw earlier the prize pool. There's also an MVP award. So if everyone's trying to pull on that title, then it might go to someone else.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, man, everybody is trying to aim for the exact same thing because they can, right? You hit those booyahs, you get those eliminations, you are going to be the MVP, and you know, who's going to say no to an extra $500 US? I most definitely am not going to be that person. You've got a double Nikita being run here by Team Buriram, Jonah and Moshi. You know, sometimes they do link up. You've got Get High and Wasana out here as well. Get High, usually the player that backs up Wasana, allowing Wasana to be the true rebel out there as he rushes through his opponents. But we haven't really seen that sort of a pairing through this competition here at the preseason. Buriram is pretending to be a totally different team. Instead of splitting off for a 2-2 formation, now they're sticking together. They have just become so much more dangerous.
I mean, that's one thing. I mean, we rarely see that from Buriram United because we know how aggressive they are. And they can 1v2 certain opponents, but now they stick together. It's more firepower coming from them. Thus, they get 30 elimination. They did slow down in the beginning. Thus, they didn't get that much. 25 points. No one's saying no for that. The CRM finally little signs of hope from them. 15 points in second place for this map. And BTR, we've seen how well they started off, but they slowed down a little bit. So Todak as well, they're the ones to challenge some of the teams. If I'm not mistaken, that was RRQ that they were challenging and managed to grab a few more points from there. Thus, they get that second place.
And just like that, Bigatron Delta, as well as Dewa United, has managed to overtake Vamos on the overall leaderboard. Vamos can't do much about this situation because they've already played all 12 of their matches. Once again, it does not look like Vamos is going to be making it through to the point rush stage. Unfortunate for the Malaysian squad, but we still do have our hopes onto Toda. Toda is very close to Vamos on the overall leaderboard, but the complication here is Toda is fighting for that spot against teams like Fire Esports, GOW, CRM, even AG Global is down here in the bottom 6, and these are all very capable teams, capable of even consistency that Malaysia very rarely shows us. But points wise, Toda is doing much better than them. I wonder how they will continue to fan it.
Yeah, I mean, that helped, or the booyah that they had on day number 1 helped as well. Hopefully that still they can maintain that attitude, the motivation from that to be able to do so, because getting that second place right now and it will increase that odds. For Vamos, I mean, it's really tough because you ended your 2 days and you were in a 10th spot. So like, well, there's no choice. You will be pushed down by a lot of teams, especially from Group C, who's just playing their second 2 day. Actually, both the teams, A and C, are playing the second game. So more points will be gathered. More teams will be pushed down as we look at the game schedule in a bit. And we are going to look into Purgatory next for our game number 2.
So we start the day half hot with Buriram on Alpine. And of course, Alpine has always been a favorite home of Buriram. So that one was pretty obvious. They were going to go out there and do their thing. But the question is, can we see consistency? Can we see all-out dominance from Buriram today? Or can we see an attempt of dominance, but some other team really standing them up and shocking the entire world here on this preseason knockout stage? It's the final day. It's the final opportunity for teams to squeeze into the top 12, because by the end of the 6 matches today, we eliminate 6 teams.
And as we look at the top 3 on this map, it is Bermuda United with 34 points, 34 elimination, 51 in the points, and 1 bullion. Now, if we look back in day number 1, they did play this map twice. They didn't get so much on the first time. That is their first game wherein they only have 5 points on the placement. But when we get to the double elimination map, that is where they rake in a lot. Thus, it brings them to that 51 points.
Yeah, and of course, when you look at just these numbers on your screen, it does not necessarily mean you can expect all 3 of these teams to go all out, right? Because from what we have seen, from the very conception of this esports run here that Free Fire has had all the way up till now, I think the gap has gotten narrower and narrower. Teams are so much more closer to each other now than they have ever been in the past, Neptune, because of how well the meta has been developed, because of how well these teams have grown through skill as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even the regions has been so close, but let's see on how close they will be as we get into the next map.
Purgatory, baby. It's time to either get buried or to rise above the bodies and claim the throne. As you can see, the flight path is ever so kind after teasing the players in the very first game from, I think, a couple of days ago. The flight path has, stopped being cranky. So the players will be able to spread out on the battlefield, avoiding each other as much as possible from the very start itself.
Yeah, but still, we are seeing hot drops, and this might be planned. Again, these teams has already played all sets of maps, and they have information already. And Bigatron is now becoming that team who wants a little bit of revenge because they fell down a little bit too early from a few of those fights. And it is Day United that they will be challenging right now. One has fallen down already, and North, once again, might not be able to get away from kill.
Yeah. Let's see if or not Bigatron Delta will be able to finish off their brothers. They were United. Good shield pulled up in the nick of time to absorb all of the damage. Toda, though. We were just talking about them, bro. They were so close to Vamos. And they bow out so early. But Bigatron Delta, Gardu, a sliver of health. Can he survive? Medkit, GSS got one in his hand. Cannot pick up anyone. 200 coins. Uh-oh. I think this is the end. Bigatron Delta falls in the 11th spot.
The Giant Slayer has been slayed, and Day United are the guys who did it. As we head in onto a different side of the map, Fire Esports, who really need a few more points to their side, is now challenging Core Memory. But they have forgotten that memory for the moment and left that behind. They want to focus more on reviving Wang M right now, but they did get 3 eliminations already, so that's enough for them at the moment, and they can use that as an advantage once they try to chase CRM later on.
That was very well played by Dewa, and that was one of the plus points of bringing Coda into the game, right? Early drop, as you're parachuting, you get to see where your opponents are within your field of view. Now, this information doesn't get shared with the rest of your team members, but you can clearly shout at them and tell them that you've got an opponent beside you. Information is key, because in the past, when you're parachuting in, sometimes you don't get to see exactly where your opponents are. So this is a very big game changer. You see quite a number of teams at least having one player bring Coda in so that they can avoid some of the mishaps during these early drops.
And hopefully the communication is well. It's not just by the tree, by the building, behind you. Which
who?
one of us?
They've got 3
You know how it is. You know how it is. Like, especially from the ranked players out there. Like, most of the time, there. Which one? Which part? There's a huge part of there in the map.
There's a huge there.
Everywhere is there.
Everywhere is there. Buriram. Rotation looking solid for them. RRQ up against Fire Esports. You can see the binoculars used here clearly by RRQ. While getting scanned out, they know the rotation. They know exactly what to expect. And they are doing this very, very smartly by using the compound, using these houses as a little bit of extra layer of defense as they try to look for Hua Esports. But Hua's not really trying to slow their pace down. They are just jetting out of there. They're like, nope, not this early.
Yeah, I mean, they were chasing Core Memory earlier. They pulled away from that engagement, and then RRQ was chasing Core Memory, that final player. But I guess they had to converge. But speaking of converge, here comes GOW going against Bermuda United. The Arsenal is not yet open, and this really pulls in a lot of teams who want to gear up. So, Wasana right now starts it up, but no, it is Jonah with a God-made and pulls in a few of those takedowns as Wasana wants to go for the finisher.
Oh, come on! What in the world was that? Jonah is cracked! And Demon goes down. Bye-bye GOW, says Buriram. I don't know how you fight that, Neptune.
I mean, it's tough when you have, like, a team that can go in different combinations in terms of, like, weaponry, arsenal, like, strategy. We've seen Jonah on a snipe. We've seen Jonah on a nade. We've seen him on a shotgun. The same goes with Moshi. Same goes with Wasana. It's like really a tough battle. It's a huge wall in front of everyone else.
We've also seen Jonah play bad. I remember a couple of seasons ago. No, I mean, seriously, his performance dipped so badly. And I was quite shocked because he's the captain of the squad, right? But obviously, he himself noticed that, and he has been putting in extra time because in order to make a comeback in terms of performance on one of the squads that can be, termed as literally within the top 3 within the world of Free Fire, 2-time world champs, right? Almost 3. It's insane because you are actually fighting against 3 other super pros who can very easily dominate. And so Jonah's just a different breed altogether, man. I mean, when he wants it, he really goes all out, and the performance on the battlefield is a clear testament to all of the effort he's put in.
Yeah, I really admire this players as well, even despite of that effort because of the title, as you mentioned. They're still calm, collected. They can pull out, like, they can pull out all those tactics. There's aggressiveness. They can even slow down with perfect timing. Thus, a lot of it's plenty of time that we call out or we shout out about Bermuda United because just that. They know how to play the game and to play the opponents for this game. So it's tough. It's a tough battle, but also much tougher because despite of all of those criteria, they are failing to get the championship, and I guess the pressure might be building up. So hopefully they can contain that and use that in different, like a positive way. And like what we're seeing right now, they are really ranking up in terms of points, despite of them losing out in the first day.
Let's see if or not the Vietnamese team of Fire Esports can just very nimbly avoid confrontation with RRQ. RRQ knows they're there. Fire Esports know they're there. But the question is, who's gonna make the wrong move? Abe? ABCD sees him already, pulls out the gun. Okay, beautifully done. The blue wall was erected and instantly shut down. Fire Esports know that they are gonna have to fight this one the hard way. A couple of nades thrown in, death taken down. M590 on for the pop. Here comes 8 in the air. And the rest of RRQ as well. Zob instantly running away. ABCD too far away to back up his team member. Decosto off screen takes down Zob. This is just total annihilation. Expand try to hop on into this battle as well as Core Memory shows up of nowhere, saving Hua Esports.
This is a 3-team that has met each other already, and RRQ right now is wreaking havoc against the newcomers. They might have been the new challenger, but doesn't mean that they will be a champion of this 4v4. But as you can see, Baal has gone down, Abe has gone down as well, and there goes the eliminations. It's up to Dutch right now to pull out that N590 as well as recover one of the players. But I think they won't be able to fight back that well because here comes Expand to put in more of that pressure.
Yeah, Expense just taking too long. They need to just hop on in there and finish this off. But I understand the hesitation. They've hopped in a little bit too prematurely in the past and has gotten wiped out. But either way, the slow and steady pacing gives them quite a number of loot boxes, all thanks to the efforts of the Indonesian squad moments ago. At the end of the day, Expand is the biggest winner of that encounter.
Yeah, I mean, well, I would say Hawaii's a winner as well because they're the ones being chased by RRQ. Core Memory came in, distracted RRQ, and they managed to survive. Now a full squad once again. And, well, in terms of points, yes, Expand did get a lot in that engagement. But as we look at Team Falcons earlier, 0 elimination, full squad revival, not quite sure what's happening with the team right now, and a lot of expectation coming from them.
Now let's see. As they try to rotate around, if or not, they're going to get another challenger here, especially as they try to wade across the waters. Potential use of the bridge coming through here for Team Buriram United Esports. There's a zip line to abuse if they would like, but of course that makes them a sitting duck. Can't do much except fall to their death if they get
a gliding
halfway.
duck.
A gliding duck, yes.
We've seen a couple of them now because of that zip line. So, despite of the number of zip line that we have in Purgatory, not a lot are using that unless really, really needed, unless desperation brings you to it. But we've seen a lot of fail in that matter.
Oh yeah. It's just way too slow, man. They need to have like a magnet train or something where you just board on one side, or a teleporter, you know. This gliding nonsense don't work in the current meta of Free Fire.
I mean, it's a good thing the launch pad is there as well. I mean, it does help quickly in rotation. I love how Fire Esports is just covering the whole map. If you remember the early parts, RRQ was chasing, or they were chasing CRM. They flanked to the north, and then that's when they met RRQ in a bit. But before we go there, let's look at AG2 going in, taking down a few players from Twisted Mind.
Oh, big play here. Jonah down on the ground, and it looks like Fire Esports, the perpetrators, they've managed to take the fight to Buriram even without taking a step towards them, pelting them with all of those bullets, forcing Buriram to be on the back foot as they try to get away. Dewa United try to shoot them down as well. Look at Jonah. No glue walls, nothing. On the prone, on the ground, recovers himself and continues running. The disrespect.
he just knows like what angle to take, even in that small slope, and even with the position. That is why he is the leader of the team, because he knows every inch of this game.
Yeah, I mean, he knows it like the back of his hand. He doesn't even need to open his eyes. He knows every single inch of this map and game. It's just ridiculous, man. And like you said, right, the precision in terms of dropping right in front of Expand, not exposing himself, because, you know, we've seen so many times, you know, those players use the launch pad, they land on the opposite side, and they instantly get sprayed down. Not Jonah. And of course, Expand didn't really react to that situation quick enough. Perhaps they didn't see him. But now as the blue forces them in, Jonah flying straight towards Team Expand, not even worrying about anything. Expand better watch out. Some baddies are in town.
Dude, I mean, they just flew right through Expand, and now they are on a better foot into the next zone. They will be able to weave out all through this unless Expand put in a lot more in this battle. Alpine was able to take down Jonah. Here comes Jet, get high in the middle in that alley. But Moshi would be the final guy remaining with a few more players coming from Expand.
Oh, well played!
Across. Leon! Close encounter sniper. That is a slap in the face of Moshi.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, they missed the initial opportunity of shooting them down as they took that launch pad straight towards their compound. They missed it the second time round as well, but the third time round, Expand just had absolutely enough. They also struggled in the previous game, so they must be super desperate for points. Buriram just unlucky. They came across the kind of Expand at this point of time that just has no no room for error whatsoever. And of course, that brought them the very best. One player now bleeding out for the Expand squad. Adrian down on the ground, and Fire Esports finishes him off as well. The rest of the team members just pelting Hua with the bullets, but it doesn't really stop their pace.
I love the face of Hua that's being shown right now. They know his position, they use up the whole map, and now they are in prime location. But Hwang M has been taken down, and Barros is the one doing that damage. Full squad from AG. Desperation, as you mentioned, from Expand is being felt by AG as well, because from yesterday up until today, they have been failing. But we have seen one takedown already for elimination of the team. We have left with 3.
Yeah, unfortunate for Expand. They got onto the bridge first. That's the bridge of death right there. Nobody goes to the center unless they are asking for trouble. They had Falcons waiting for them on the opposite end. They had AG Global and Fire Esports behind them. Expand, very unfortunate. 3 players lost their lives at the very same time as 3 other teams try to shoot down Expand, all at the very same moment. One more, almost bleeding out, picked right back up onto his feet. AG Global on top of the bridge. In fact, they haven't stepped on it just yet. Fire Esports right down the bottom. Riptide Rhythm towards the side of AG Global, courtesy of Falcons. And Fire Esports is honestly just waiting for the circle to close in so that both of these teams start to scramble.
I love though the spread of AG Global. That's an entire firing squad waiting for Team Falcons to show up. And despite of the Riptide Rhythm, even the glue walls are prepared. Even the monster truck are prepared for them to reposition. I love this AG Global that we're seeing right now. But Team Falcons losing 1 or having a 1 fell down. And if in case they will be able to squeeze themselves in close to AG Global, they still have to worry about Fire Esports that is at the bottom of the bridge.
Yeah, very smart play by AG here, quickly repositioning, knowing that they're not going to be pressured by the blue. They now have that perfect defensive position to fire down on all of these other players on fire, dealing with the blue. Will get shot down by AG Dew, and AG will claim that player's life. Fire Esports, though, 1 player on the bleed. Chinoy with a sharpshooter from across the battlefield. 16 eliminations strong. AG Global reviving themselves from out of nowhere. They're currently sitting in the 17th spot. Can they actually have a miracle run here?
Yeah, as they grab that booyah, we are waiting to see if this will be consistent all throughout. From the beginning of that match, they needed 35 points to be able to get to the top 12, and with this alone, it will catapult them 2-3 spots, and probably if the other teams didn't work that well in terms of numbers, they might be crossing it right now.
Bro, I'm just mind blown. This is AG Global. That's literally at the bottom of the leaderboard. They just smashed everybody to get a massive round off of Purgatory here. These were the closing moments of this game, and it was that reposition with that monster truck that got them to this spot in the first place. And after that, it was just all about putting that pressure onto Falcons. And Fire Esports did manage to take that launch pad to reposition themselves, but it was just all out in the open. AG Global saw that, and they just mowed them down with the shots.
Whoever is taking calls in that position and everything that has been done by AG Global from that point on, we should be awarded that MVP. That is quite a good plan indeed. Every step, the way I'm looking at every step has been calculated. Even when Hua jumped in, they didn't let go of that position, and that is one of the things that we often see with the launch pad being used. And it's just AG.
Strong, very, very admirable effort here coming through from AG Global. There is a huge potential for a jump towards the top 12. Whether they have breached the top 12, we don't know, because obviously in front of them, there were many other teams who are in play today who have picked up points as well. And like you mentioned earlier, Neptune, they needed how many? More than 20 points, if I'm not mistaken, to catch
30.
up.
35.
30, you say?
Yeah.
That's a lot of points, man. And obviously, they do get, decent numbers here. I believe they got more than 17 eliminations. You get 12 from the Booyah as well. But is that 35? I don't think so. I'm very bad at math, but I don't think that's 35.
But the thing is, there's also a few of the teams above them that has put up so much points. So that's just expecting that anyone from top 12, like up until their position, will not be getting any points. But still, with that Booyah, with how they're showing up right now, they still failed in the first map, but now they are showing up. So I guess pressure overall is being felt by the team, but I love how every time we see a team being pushed down the bottom, they recover. First off, Borem United, and then at some point like before that, Twisted Mind. So Team Falcons was there as well, and now AG Global. Like, we are seeing how the top teams from the previous competition are showing how to climb up that leaderboard despite of falling down.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, AG Global, even if they don't make the break into the top 12 after that game, I'm not going to break a sweat just yet, because we are just on game number 2. We've got 4 more matches to go, and that is a very, very promising showing from AG Global. But you know, we've kind of seen their off days as well. We know that when this team struggles, they do kind of disappoint their fan base. So there is still room for disappointment here. But let's see if or not they kind of turn that on its head and come through with a lot more excitement in the remaining 4 matches. But this one was a phenomenal showing by AG Global.
Definitely. I mean, even against Team Twisted Mind, they managed to survive and then pulls out that bridge gameplay that is something else. But like, props to other teams as well who was able to get in a lot of points in this match. But I don't think that can beat the number of elimination that AG Global has. 19 total elimination plus that Booyah that makes it close to the 35 that they need. But also want to say, like, for Expand, with how they waited out one of the gameplays that we saw earlier, they got a lot of points. But speaking of points, Zero right now, 6 additional points with that 6 elimination, 4,252 on the damage and 7 assists.
Absolutely. Of course, he runs the Nikita, the Moko. You've got Nairi and Skylar for the passive and active skills. This guy, a slayer out there on the battlefield, is the main sniper of the squad. But this time, since there was a lot of close encounters as well, you did see that SMG pop out, and he did most definitely dominate. Those long shots from Dew, we do miss them though. We want to see more of those.
And that's one thing, the signature of Dew right there. He starts off from long shot, goes for the takedown, then the rest of the teams just follow through. And that's the reason as well why Dew is often left out to be the solo player by the end of the day. I guess that by end of the engagement. But I guess that is something that they are adjusting as well. As they prepare for the spring season, they don't want that to happen again. So they're trying their best to go rush in together, similar to what we've seen Borem United do. So replication, if it works, then I guess AG Global will be a different kind of team once we get to the major seasons.
Oh yeah, most definitely. You've got a double Moko Awaken here, running here on the AG Global side. A double Nikita. You do see the Joseph there. Chinoy is clearly the rusher as opposed to Dew, who kind of plays it from the back. In fact, a triple Nikita being run here. These boys are ready for a fast fight, right? They want that quick reload. They want that extra layer of damage. They want to tag their opponents, and they want to rush on in there. You can see Joseph literally being ran here by 3 of these players. They don't want to get disabled. They are planning for some ambushes and fast-paced action as opposed to that long-range fights, which kind of makes sense seeing that MP40 on Dew. They are not really gearing up for those long-range attacks, and I do kind of agree with them. The meta has shifted from the snipes more towards the shotguns and the SMGs.
I guess what they're practicing right now is if in case Dew falls, there's still Chinoy, the bomber of the team, who will be able to stand in as a sniper. But let's check out game standings right now. They did get 31 points, 4 points that they need from earlier. But as we look at Team Expand, 17 on the point, 7 in the placement as well. Fire Esports, despite of almost being taken down, managed to get back up, takes that second place, but not so much an elimination because of all the pressure that they felt.
31 freaking points. You told me they needed 35. 31 is 4 points short of that AG Global can sneeze and cross the 12th spot. But of course, like you also did rightfully point out earlier, Neptune, there are other teams in here who are in play as well from the day that AG Global needs to fight for to get some of these points. Very impressive to see Expand climb the leaderboard as well. 17 points this time. And Toda, the team that was so close to overtaking Vamos earlier, faltering way too early this time round.
Yeah, as we look at it today's standing, Bermuda United still takes the lead after grabbing that booyah, but up close in there with only 2 points behind is AG Global, and that brings them with only 8 points that they need to get to the top 12, and the team that they need to overtake is Team Vamos, who's not even playing today. So I guess after this, if they are not eliminated early, knock on wood, then they'll be able to get to the top 12 after that match. But Fire Esports, still valiant effort, great performance right now coming from this team. They need to get away from the bottom half of that leaderboard so that they can secure their spot on the next stage.
I want to take a peek at the overall leaderboard as well, just to see who are the teams that really need to hustle. We know AG Global, for sure, they are one of them. But I do believe we do have the likes of GOW, Team Toda, CRM and Expand, who were still struggling. So I don't really know exactly where on the leaderboard they are, but we will be able to get that update shortly. On the top of the leaderboard, on the other hand, remember yesterday, EVOS Divine, Onyx Olympus, WAG, they made a mad dash for the top. There you go. The top 3 teams. They have completed 12 matches already, but look at RRQ Kazu. They are not getting those big points, but they're getting closer and closer to WAG.
I mean, from yesterday, they are the top team of the day, and even for today, well, it doesn't look like based on how it's showing after 2 matches, but I guess they can recover as well. That's a lot that they've done already after 8 matches, and even against Heavy, that is like a team like Heavy is not easy to overtake, but we know how RRQs is hungry for this. The same goes for Royale United, Twisted Mind, Team Falcons, all stacked up 6, 7, and 8. So possibility that all of them will be moving up even against everyone at the top by the end of this day.
Absolutely. And of course, there is a big question here whether or not PE Sports loses their slot, because they're currently sitting down in the 9th placement and they have a total of 105 points. As you can see towards the bottom here, teams like AG Global, GOW, Toda, they're not too far away from that point, right? Just 30 points to catch up with them. So PE Sports just in the exact same place as teams like Vamos to lose their spot. In fact, Vamos already lose their spot. So it's very, very heartbreaking for some of these teams, right? The effort has been poured in already, but now you can't do much as you watch your slot being taken away from you. And this will not be the first time for PE Sports if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough though, but that's how it works when we have like only a limited time in terms of knockout stage. It doesn't work like how it is before. You can still plan it out after a week, a few days of rest, and then you can turn it around after those rest has happened. But in a bit, we're going to see a few more of battle. Next up would be Nexterra, followed by Bermuda. 5th match would be in Kalahari, and we have that random map. So before we go there, after 2 matches, well, I mean, all those happenings, all those changes in gathering point, it might change a bit once we change the scenery of the map. And we're going to go for a quick break as well, AJ. So when we get back, we are going to continue all this battle.
Welcome back to the preseason of the Free Fire World Series 2025 Spring. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio. This is the Southeast Asian region top 18, looking to see exactly who can be the best before we start the actual thing. Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, my co-caster, thinks that some of the teams who are struggling are going to have some sort of like an aura burst, some surge in energy and then climb the leaderboard. I'm still waiting for that moment. I thought AG Global was about to do it, Nep, but they still haven't broken through.
Yeah, haven't broken through, but they still have 4 more matches to go. So there's still more chances for them to do so. From Group B, not so much will be pushed down yet, unless everyone else move up. But again, we've seen that from day number 1. We've seen that from day number 2. A roller coaster ride, as I mentioned. It's happening all throughout the leaderboard because of how they get all those points, especially once we get to that final map.
And see, for some of these people, they don't understand why. What's up with the final map? Just because it's random? No! It's the double points time. We have seen phenomenal number of points. Like if the match that AG Global just had, if they had that game at the very final match instead, if they had a elimination run just like that game, that would mean, I think, 34 points just through that match alone, because you get double points for eliminations on game number 6, and this only applies for the knockout stage as well as Point Rush. It does not apply for the grand finals. This is a preview for what the actual league is going to look like, right? So for some of these teams that really wanted a taste of what this format is going to be like on the Southeast Asian level, they're getting a taste of it right now, and it's truly a shocker. It's a shocker for me. Some of the teams that are supposed to be in the top 12 are not there right now. I think it's because of this format.
Yeah, definitely. And that's one thing as well. One reason why probably the preseason has been set up because of all the changes. We need a little bit of testing ground for all the teams. How will they adjust? How will they be able to take in everything that's happening in the esports scene for 2025? So at this point, all those changes even affects us casters because we couldn't predict who will be in there in the top, like on the top 12, even the top 8 by the end of the grand final. So that would be heading to Clash Squad. So that's one thing that was surprises overall. And well, at some point we do love surprises.
Yeah, I most definitely agree with you. I think it kind of keeps me awake. It keeps me engaged, entertained. Usually we do the entertaining. Now we are getting entertained through this whole new format change, brand new rules being thrown into the mix. It kind of really shakes up the competition. It doesn't give us the usual plain old, stuff that we can expect. Like you said, we cannot predict what's going to happen. And I love that unpredictability that the competition is forcing upon the landscape right now. Usually, it would be done in a very confusing way. This one has been done so seamlessly, so fantastically. You got to love it. Both teams from the Thailand region have dominated the final day thus far. Buriram United picking up game 1 at Alpine. Purgatory dominated by AG Global. But we've got 4 more games to go now.
Yeah, speaking of, this is another level of unpredictability because the order of the map that we have right now is unpredictable as well before the day starts. So this is something that they, like the teams and even us, cannot control, and I love it. Nexterra would be the next map. Usually this is on game number 5, but if that is the case, no one will be slowing down. No one will be slacking off because you don't know when or which map you can take advantage of, especially if you're not good in all 5.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, it's a situation where these teams cannot predict what's going to happen, cannot predict the pacing of the day, but they just have to look to do the best on every single game, right? And that's exactly how it is usually when you go out there and you hit, all maps when you try to play a ranked match or, an unranked game. You don't know where you're going to go. I love that. And this is exactly the kind of, unpredictability we need at a competition of this level, that in an esports ecosystem that has survived for this long, right? If not, it gets stale. If not, it gets boring. You got to love how it keeps things on a very, very fresh scale. Top 3 on this map, though, Nep. You've got Nexterra Dominators, EVOS Divine from Indonesia, Falcons and Buriram from Thailand.
So EVOS Divine has already done all the deed in terms of the knockout stage. We're looking at Team Falcons as well as Buriram United to overtake them. in this battle. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see how much they can put in because they've been in their number one spot despite of not getting any booyahs. But we keep talking that booyah is needed. That is the basics of Free Fire. That is the basics of like the concept wherein Free Fire has been built. So hopefully they can do that on the Point Rush as well in Grand Finals as we head over onto our next map. This is Nexterra. Then we're going to jump in.
I'll take these big bro. Back in we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This time, the flight path is skewed towards the bottom here, but it's not really going to make the teams break a sweat. Nexterra does offer us quite a lot of compounds to play around with here, and you can see Buriram is already off to a pretty quick start up here at Museum.
And it's a good thing that the flight path is close to Museum. For some, they will be struggling, especially for Core Memory, who is planning to get to Intellect Center. The only question is who will be joining them. And as we look, it is also BTR and Daewoo United. So 3 teams from Indonesia will be converging and probably losing some intellect after that battle.
Unfortunate to get into a fight and then lose some intellect over it. The losses everywhere. Chinoy couldn't do much as AG Global Cypher delivers instant revenge. And now Ma'al from up top going up against 3 players from AG, and that was a bad idea. Ma'al sprayed down. Abay the final one. AG Global within the vicinity, but he's got 200 more coins. He can pull off a revival, but the question is he gonna get enough time? Yes, he does.
He does and brings back a dudes, but that will be it for Abay for the moment. Moving in or moving away from all this engagement back to Intellect Center, we have Bigatron and Core Memory. Now, Bigatron has shown so much aggressiveness in the early part, but now I guess they will be slowing it down, giving Faiz that leg room to be able to spot any of the enemies, any position from Core Memory right now. They will be backing off to different parts, and with that binoculars, they will be able to spot out where the position of them are.
You know, it's really good that right now at the number 1 spot of the overall leaderboard map, we have EVOS Divine without a single booyah, because by the end of the day, we'll be able to tell the audience with a overall leaderboard as an example to see if or not EVOS Divine will be counted as the champion at the conclusion of our hypothetical 8 games. Because if there's someone else there that's close in points and they do get a booyah and they're right below EVOS Divine, there's no chance for EVOS Divine to become champion.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a tough call, definitely. I mean, EVOS Divine did try, but I guess they were too aggressive in like the latter engagement. If they can slow it down, then they can do so. But there's no slowing down.
Oh my God!
Demon right now as he pulls out the horns from X-Pat, even from afar. He managed to take them down. 3 already in this engagement, but they need to be ready because here comes BTR as well as Team Falcon.
He sure as hell is a demon, man. What a play. But now they're being surrounded. Bigatron Delta will slay the demon instantaneously the moment they set eyes on them. They were watching that scuffle break out, waited for that opportune moment and hopped on in. But just like they preyed on those players, it's now Falcon's turn to prey on Bigatron Delta.
Recovery has been done on Faiz, and BTR might have a saving grace, but there goes a turnaround. Quick 180 to bring down Peter. Recovery has been done. Koja right now will be taken out. And BTR, though down, not yet out.
Well, no teams are out so far because all of that back-to-back-to-back happened right in front of a vending machine. How convenient, man. This is scripted.
Well, unless you have unless you don't have any coins, that would
Unless
be
you're
a
broke.
failure.
Yeah, unless you had a fight with your parents yesterday and they didn't give you no pocket money. Now you can't buy anything from the vending machine. It's game over.
As you see, FFWS Esports, the Zom tries to flush them out, but Barros was just too tough on that M590. But still, a good chance that FFWS Esports can recover him after 2 more players has been recovered from the scene.
We just saw the pop for Koda. Is parachuting in, making sure no players within the vicinity. I mean, I sometimes you can have the information and still get shot down, you know. maybe Koda can be enhanced.
Well, there should be. If you're in that situation, there should be like a Falco that you won't be shot at that easily while you're parachuting. But again, it is a risk of letting go of some of the pets. So as we see, BTR not risking anything. Dion almost being taken down, but a little too strong against Gyeong.
Yeah, definitely too strong. Bigatron Delta now. And fish one more out. Gardu too far away from the situation. They can't chase him down, so they can only claim 1 more point off of Bigatron Delta. But we skip on over to Twisted Minds as well, who are stuck in a unfortunate situation here because rotating out might put them in the crosshairs of Toda as well as Expand, I believe, on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, quite surprising for Twisted Mind right now. The slowdown compared to what we've seen in day number 1, but I guess they need this for BTR. Faiz right now goes in for this spray, but that was 2 players, and Ton managed to take him down, and the finisher would be from another player of BTR. But for CRM, managed to bring back some of their teammates, but Bigatron is not out just yet. They need to deal with Todak in a bit.
And Yukami bringing the whole team of Core Memory back into the play. Because couldn't get away, sprayed down by Jojo from afar. And Expand gathering up at Decker Square, and the circle is just pretty much beside them, so nothing much to worry about for the Malaysian team, except the fact that they need about 24 points just to break into top 12.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough indeed. A lot of teams are chasing for those points and might be able to get that, especially with all the early engagement. But from what we've seen, it's just like an exchange of points. Not one is really dominating all those 2-ways, 3-way engagement. Thus, there is still hope for them. BTR managed to recover all of their teammates as they head into the next phase of the circle. But with this open area, they might be the next target of the other teams as we head in to Buriram United, who's already in Farmtopia.
Let's see if Buriram goes on a hunting spree shortly. No prey around them just yet. TOW spotting out Dewa. Solid blue walls erected. And a Riptide Rhythm to break them down, but a second too late. But the end still does get taken down. North and Ekal both popping off, and my god, TOW got eaten up whole by Dewa.
Almost being taken down with Dewa United. 8 elimination already. They are fired up, similar to what we're seeing from AG Global, even Grecian. This is what I'm talking about. From the skies. Like a a flying duck that doesn't fly that much.
You know, bullets are faster than ducks, bro. So you can fly, but you cannot fly away. I don't know. Diamond! And X-Posse backing him up. Koja bleeding out on the ground. Fires wants that revenge, but gets ambushed as well. Koja tagged up. Kyong turns around. Twisted Minds show up to say hello. And this is trouble time for Bigatron Delta. They're getting mowed down.
Samming a little bit too close. Mini Uzi in hand, but managed to take down a few. And Kyong, the only one remaining against, but was taken down despite of him managing to go for the knockdown. Now, recovery will be done by Twisted Mind, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Second to third in terms of circle, and we might be seeing a few of those challenging them, similar to what we're seeing from AG and Todak.
AG Global finding the recovery today. I mean, Expand should take AG Global as inspiration, man, because both of them were just side by side each other at the bottom of the overall leaderboard. And now AG Global just 8 points from breaking into top 12. They've already gathered 9 through eliminations. So they are on a good run. Make that 9 a 10er as they claim yet another life.
And more for Todak to be taken down, but I guess they will be moving away, flying out. Let's see if Chinoy or probably do, but no, they missed all those shots. But unfortunate for Todak, they head straight to Twisted Mind, who will not be favorable, who will not be giving any mercy in this battle.
No mercy, my friend. Todak up against Twisted Minds. But that's going to take a while to break down because both teams have got a decent compound to work with. And yeah, say hello to my Dinoculus as well, says Twisted Minds, scanning out everyone on the side of Todak. But the question is, what are they going to do with that information? Are they going to ambush? Or are they just going to chill and just use that information later? Come on, don't be boring, Twisted Minds.
This is the thing, 9 teams remaining on the 10th minute mark, and we are heading into the 4th stage. In a bit, like you might not know it, everyone will be firing against each other, and it will go down top 4 or final 4 teams in this fight. All the information gathering is already being done, all the waiting, and hopefully they will be impatient and goes rushing in because we are looking for excitement in this fight.
Yeah, I really like the pacing of the new circle. They really shake the game up well. Fire Esports, though, truly shaken up as they get mowed down by Todak. ABCD, the final player left in here, has got the coins, but no vending machine around him. So that could just be the end of Hua's run for this round, but we'll have to wait and see how long he survives.
Oh. Not too long. Faiz has been impatient.
Not long. I hope it was. At least let me finish the sentence, you know.
As you can see right now, a lot of engagement, as we called it earlier, and this does happen when we come into this stage of the circle. Everyone will be pushed right in. Todak right now. Oh no! Turn around. Chinoy managed to hit him.
Dude caught himself just at the corner of the wall with his own glue wall. How unfortunate. All he could do is just go round in circles. It's AG Global Mo down the Malaysian squad. My God, 13 points strong. They're definitely in the top 12 now. No doubts about that whatsoever. But AG Global, I wonder if they can do this on match 6 as well and actually fight for the number 1 spot. It'll be miraculous.
Yeah, from the bottom to the top, like a full day of battle. That is what we're looking at right now. With RRQ will not be slowing down despite of a Bay going down out a little bit too early in this fight, but Ma'a goes down as well. Dutch will try to go for the recovery as well as the clean up. And let's see if the 3 players from RRQ will survive.
Here comes. Put it on as well. On the heart! Then Moshi! From afar, shutting down the sharpshooter of Falcons. Limit taken out. On fire, trying to make that cross. But RRQ being annoying and shooting at him as well. Falcons are hurt. Their wings are clipped now.
Let's see if they'll be able to fly or probably fall down. But Team Daewoo United will be falling down first. We are left with 5 teams out in the open. Twisted Mind will try to go for a takedown. But it is a tough call for everyone because Daewoo United, with this high ground, 3 snipers, if not all of them, has a snipe, will be a trouble for all those stepping out of the compound.
Oh, we need to look at Moshi. Moshi's trying to snipe people from the roof, dude. He's got like the best vantage point in the game right now. But no eliminations. Other players are being very, very careful of the situation as well. So thankfully, Moshi does not get to go super sniper mode up on top. 5 more teams left. 15 players on the battlefield. And we have too many Thai squads in here.
Let's see who will be surviving, who will be taken down. The Indonesian squad, who, if I'm not mistaken, only have a few more players. There goes the takedown. Guts goes down through the window to the wall.
Yeah, I mean, one team doing the work of the knockdown. Buriram just getting the steal. Obviously, Twisted Mind's not going to be happy about that at all. Buriram did follow up with yet another knock, but a fantastic pickup by the team of RRQ. Blue Wall Melters in action already. Jonah on standby with the M590. Gets one pop player down on the ground, on for the hunt, and finds no one. But Jonah will finish him off. Falcons out in 5th as well, as Moshi finds Ma'al. RRQ getting slain out there by Buriram.
Oh, but United, the full squad going against 3 players from AG as well as 3 players from Twisted Mind. But RRQ managed to survive with
nice
one player, and Aiden Deer, the clutch kid. Let's see if he'll be able to clutch this one out against all these monsters of a team. Aiden Deer stepping out a little bit too early. Might be on the sides of Twisted Mind, but the distraction coming from AG Global's nade will be the trouble.
Oh, I mean, Buriram's just blessed with a circle here. And the blue now causing issues for Twisted Minds and AG Global. 14 eliminations here for AG. Saifa and Baros going in for Exposi. Exposi trapped in here. The blue will hurt them for a little bit, but Exposi not taking advantage of this at all. Very low on that HP, and Twisted Minds get blown apart by AG Global.
And AG Global has found their winning combination. Let's see if Boreo United will be able to stop them. That Blue Wall and Monster Truck setup is working for them, or was working for them, but it is Boreo United that they have to face up front. 2v4, and they are still falling down. Boreo United is looking to get another booyah, and there's no stopping them. All those hop and shock. BRU grabs another one.
Buriram United. Okay, clearly they want the 500 USD. Okay. They are definitely on the right track to grab that 500 USD for themselves. Yes, you clap for yourselves, boys. You deserve it. All of y'all clap for them as well. They deserve it. It was a phenomenal matchup. Massive number of eliminations. And they make it look so easy, man. I mean, this is the version of Buriram everybody should fear. This is the version of Buriram that is not confident. This is the version of Buriram that's going in for the overkill by sticking together, not taking any chances. When they're cheeky, they're good. When they're focused, dude, they are lethal.
And that's one thing. Buriram just doesn't want to be at the bottom or the middle of the pack. They just want to take that lead. And this is what happened if they want something. And despite of that, even up close, even from afar, they have the firepower. They have the mechanical skills to pull those off. And that's just brew blood flowing through them.
Yeah, most definitely, right? And by the end of this, of course, they had 19 eliminations. Was that 18 or 19? Doesn't matter. It was more than 17, and 17's a lot, right? So, crazy stuff out of Buriram. Massive game. Very close to that #1 spot by now, I'm sure. And they have a few more games to go. In fact, 3 more games to go. Buriram United Esports, the kind of explosive tenacity they bring out there on the battlefield, it's just so hard to deal with in the current meta.
I mean, that is something that needs to be dealt with, needs to be studied. But you know how Boreo United really evolved match after match, tournament after tournament. So it's tough to call. It's unpredictable, similar to the theme of our entire tournament, the theme of the entire 2025.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about that at all. You gotta love the curveballs that Garena as an organization throws towards these players, and then you gotta love how these players take that curveball and make miracles out of it, right? There's been no sorry, come again?
I thought that was pancakes. They take that curveball and make pancakes out of it, because Boreo United seems like they're eating it.
No, they don't seem like they're eating it, man. I mean, these boys look pretty lean, right? Unless they're really, really working off all of those extra carbs, because too much pancakes makes you get a belly like the pistachio, right?
Sorry, cut you off.
These boys have just really managed to take everything that's thrown at them and just make it work, right? They know the game. They understand the game. They understand the mechanics down to a point where nothing's a curveball. Everything's a, oh, really? Okay. Oh, you're changing that? All right. Okay, no problem. Oh, double points? All right, let's go. There is just no stopping teams like this. But of course, the changes, I also see it as a huge plus for some of the other teams who are having troubles catching up with some of these top flight squads. And I think that has actually done the job really, really well. Now you see Heavy, now you see WAG, they're kind of all hanging up there with the very best. The number of points are very, very decent, but not everybody has been able to take advantage of this yet.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot of study to do that, and like a lot of patience as well. Patience and discipline, and not all teams will have that. I guess they do have that, but not so much in the level of what we've seen from Borneo United and other teams.
Yeah.
So let's see if that's something that they would fix. Again, we can throw out all those advices, all those assumptions, all those I would say what we're asking for them so that they can evolve. It's up to the team to do it for themselves.
You know, it is just so beautiful to watch these teams go out there and show us how much they have grown. It's very nice to see Bigatron Delta be pretty consistent with their aggression out there on the battlefield. Of course, sometimes, you know, things do go south, but this is Southeast Asia. This is the 18 best teams in Southeast Asia, so you don't really know exactly who you're going to encounter. But Bigatron Delta as a whole, you look at the way they maneuver around their rotations, it's so much more tighter, right? They're so much well put together now with how they survive out there on the battlefield.
And the focus is not just for the top dogs. You know how they are titled the Giant Slayer. And now they're not just focusing on that. They are playing it quite well. They're playing it wherein they really want to grab a few more. But speaking of getting a few more, Moshi, I would say the thief in the roof, with those 6 elimination, managed to get 33.75 on the damage and 5 assists. The sniper of Borneo United.
Yeah, you've got that Moko, you've got the Raphael, you've got the Nikita, ran across the board on the passives and the active with the Skylar. The Riptide Rhythm not really jumping into action all that too much because Moshi, he was getting up close and personal in a lot of those fights as well, right? But from afar, you know, he's just so annoying to deal with because he's got the I wanted to say something else. He's got the confidence to split away from his team, walk solo, and flank from Timbuktu and shut down all of their opponents, right? This guy's crazy.
And it's not just his own confidence. It's the team's confidence on him as well to let him do so. I guess when we talk about confidence, like the Borneo United has those individual skills that they rely on. They trust that they can pull it off, but they're always there ready to like give a hand just in case they failed. And that is, I guess that's one of the strengths of Borneo United.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about that at all. I think, you know, they have always shown us their very best. And it's one of the few teams that actually run Ford and his iron will. It's great that Wasana has this, right? Because you do have this passive where you gain 10 HP per second for 4 seconds when taking damage. And you know when Wasana is out there, he's constantly just rushing into battles. If anyone needs to be recovering that HP, it's him. And you know, it's just a good skill overall for him to have. And you've got that Nutty Joseph, you've got Joseph in there with the silver spoon. You've also got Nairi in there. This guy is just built to last on that battlefield. And when you're Wasana and you're lasting that long, it only means you're going to get a lot of eliminations, like the 19 that they have right now.
And in spite of that, they also have Get High with a Cassie plus that Thiva. So even if they fail, they plan it out. they can pick it up that quickly. So
Dude, he's got that. And then plus on top of that, you've got Get High just pumping him with that electrotherapy.
Yeah.
He's the undying slayer.
And that's why I go back to trust. They just trust Wasana to go head in the battlefield. Like, we don't care how you do it. We're just here behind you. And we saw earlier in the final gameplay how Jonah anticipates what Wasana will be doing and just waited in the window to take down 2 players from the final team. That's just trust and knowing the chemistry of the team. But let's not take it away from AG Global. Another like well planned, well executed play to get 24 points.
Yeah, I mean, very well played. AG Global now will most definitely climb into the top 12. They were very close to it already earlier on, but still Buriram leading the squads with the 2 Booyahs scored within the day. And we are just halfway through. We've got 3 more maps coming up. We've got Bermuda, Kalahari, and the random map as well. Down at the bottom, teams that are not doing so well, as usual, the Malaysians, they continue to struggle on the Southeast Asian level. Megatron Delta and GOW kind of joining them with that sort of a streak in here today. Expand picking up 26. We see some promise from them, but we do want to see a little bit more tenacity. I think they are playing too safe out there. At this point of time, you are struggling. You're far away. Just go all out, right? What's there to lose? You have got 3 more games to practice against the rest of these teams in the preseason.
Yeah, and we were just talking about what point they gathered today, including the few points that they or not a few, but all the points that they gathered from the previous day that they played that would translate to the leaderboard that will be shown later on. But again, a lot of changes that we were expecting for some of the teams right here, especially in the bottom, need to be applied halfway through in the battlefield. But I guess this is a chance for them because the next map would be the OG map, Bermuda.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, whether or not it's a slow or fast pace, we will have to wait and see. But, I'm actually really liking this whole no double on the active skills thing, all unique active skills set. It's really forcing the teams to think creative in terms of how they approach this matchup. And it's actually bringing a lot of flavor to the game. I really like breaking down the active and passive skills so much more now, as opposed to, they ran 4 Tatsuyas again.
It showcased the other skills.
Yeah.
Showcase the other skills. If that didn't happen, imagine all 4 or 3 or 2 players having a coda in the battlefield. That would be tough. I guess with that introduction, the adjustment really is needed, and it's just working. It's just working not just for the game itself, but for the players as well, to keep them play it intellectually, just like do their homework, how or what works in terms of combination of active skill, as well for us viewers and casters who's watching the game and showing us how it's done.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Double Cassie is a pain as well. Double electrotherapy on the battlefield, and then you've got Buriram. It's like 2 Terminators attacking you at the same time. How does a man survive this? You don't. That's the you just don't. And that's exactly how Buriram always dominates, right? Now, sitting down at the second spot with a total of 161 points, 25 points away from EVOS Divine, and EVOS Divine is not even playing today. 25 points is like waking up and breathing for Buriram, right? It's normal. It's doable. They've got 3 games to do it. There's no way in hell they don't end up in the number 1 spot. And the issue here is there are not many other teams who are very close to them. One of the few that are close to them, that's RRQ from Indonesia, right? Not even the other Thai teams. It's an Indonesian team, and it's a very, very promising Indonesian team now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, RRQ have done so much. Hopefully, that will be the motivation of the other teams. And we're seeing that. VTR, as you did mention, the evolution of this team from that aggressive, totally aggressive, just hyper-focused on specific team, but now playing it all throughout the entire map. Now, we also have Dewa United, who's showing us a little bit of sign of hope. For core memory, that's something that we need to see as well, because they are really struggling in this battle. There's a lot of changes that has been done that they're not adapting, coming from different region as well. But for Vietnam, there's a few that's doing quite well. Hopefully they can do better, because they will be left behind in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we do apologize for the delay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are going to be kicking off the match shortly. Now, we do have the game on standby here, as a couple of players had to use the washroom for a moment. So let's take a look at the schedule. Buriram with a double booyah, AG Global in with a single one, but for the day, it has only been about that Thailand run. Let's see if or not that story will continue for the remaining 3 maps.
Next map would be Bermuda, as talked about, and Kalahari on game number 5. And we are still looking into which map the teams will be playing for that double elimination round. And there's I'm still dumbfounded on how this has been set up, surprised and amazed on how successful this is. Like, this is being pulled off by Garena, by the team in the background, by the teams that's showing us, and even us who are not used to all these changes.
Now, I'm shocked, man, because you know why? Usually, I come up with damn good ideas, okay? So, this time, the team came up with super good ideas. Even I'm impressed, all right? This one has knocked the ball out of the park. I love it. The double elimination points and the way it's structured, the way it's kept from getting into the grand finals, which would be obviously game-changing. And just to have the championship point rush, the champion point rush, it's a different scenario altogether, right? But of course, let's take a look at the top 3 on Bermuda as well before we hop on into the map. Finally, we've got Team Heavy from Vietnam, FE Sports from Vietnam, as well as RRQ. Now, Heavy has already played 12 games. PE Sports has already played 12 games. So I guess it doesn't really count. RRQ is going to beat them.
RRQ might be the best team on this map, and it's looking like it based on the pattern, but still hopes from some other teams who will or might be doing quite well. Following them would be Team Falcons, who's also from Group C, and another team that I did mention earlier, CRM from Thailand. So it's like that chase around for this map, because a lot of teams really knows how to play this.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, many teams know how to play it, which is what makes the map so much more difficult, not easier, right? Because everybody knows how to play it. Everybody knows every single hiding spot. Everybody knows every single angle. Everybody knows exactly where to go, where not to go. And that kind of causes a lot of confusion on the battlefield, right? So the teams that are the best and the quickest at responding with their fingers to take down their opponents will be the ones to survive to that final circle. But let's hop into Bermuda and kick off this next match. Okay.
Back to where it all began. The OG map, the not so green grass of Bermuda is here with that remastered map. And as we look at that flight path slicing through the middle, let's see if any hot drops will be happening and if anyone can get out.
Let's see if or not any of these players are going to be making a little bit of a boo-boo here on the initial drop. Fire Esports, I hear those gunshots. Question is who's shooting at them. CRM finding one. Demon taken out of the equation. GOW still alive though. And Tan instantly brings Demon right back into the equation. Moshi out of the equation as well very early on. So Buriram has a hot drop somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, there's a hot drop that they need to work on. And if CRM is here, same as GOW, so it's a three-way battle, or probably Moshi was just a straggler. As we can see, Uber right now will try to go in against Yanbin, but Yanbin can't get away. And onto the other side, Jonah with that a triple, if not a double, plus a confirmation against Dewa United.
Bigatron Delta. Finding Fire Esports as well. Osana bringing Moshi back. So much of action on the battlefield. The GOW doesn't get away too far at all. Here comes Pokey, waiting for that backup. Electrotherapy on the connection. And one player right behind him, and the double vectors doesn't manage the full spray down. Backup was there in the nick of time. Pokey gets the knock. And CRM continues to tear GOW apart.
See if they'll be able to put it back together after that teardown. They'll be Humpty Dumpty right here, having all the King's horses and all the King's men. But it will be tough. I mean, really tough. But let's see. There's still 11 teams remaining in this fight. Early into the game, a lot of early engagement, but not so much of casualty in terms of an entire squad. But for Buriram United, they got hungry, so they started eating in there. No more distraction for them for the moment.
Come on, Neptune. You and I both know, when you gotta grab a snack, you gotta grab a snack, man.
Oh yeah.
All right. And anyway, when you're Buriram, you get to snack anytime.
I get it.
no one gets to tell you not to snack.
They can burn it all down because once they're
oh my lord! What a shot!
The newcomer of the team is really making it quite easy for the snipes.
Oh my, that was so beautiful to watch. The movement, absolutely phenomenal. Cougar, of course, gets picked right back up. And all thanks to Newcomer. Now, the gathering of 3 squads here at the corner of Bhima Sakti, Call Memory, Toda, and Bigatron Delta. We got 3 nations taking this fight on and jump. Spot out Faiz. And very quickly eliminate him from the equation. Bigatron Delta spotting him out and finally taking action. But not much damage at all. It's just that A124 found its connection, but the glue wall instantaneously erected. And that slows down the ambush instantly.
Yeah, I mean, they are going for the isolation play, saving Todak in the process. And Faiz right now will be left on this area. And I think that was a nade or NFGL that has been thrown on to CRM to get a little bit of information plus a few damage, but it didn't really pull through for BDR just yet. Faiz still too close, and the rest of the teams are looting up, preparing for the battle at hand.
Bigatron Delta. They thought they had gotten rid of For Memory, but they're just on the chase. Expand versus Fire Esports on the other hand. He's got one player standing a little bit too far. Death on that long rotation round. Circles back on in. Expand, everybody cornered. Blue wall melt is going to be dropped on in first. The Zom spots one, clips the head. Zom out in the open. Baits and switches with Kens. That's not even your team member. Kens sprayed down as the Zom wins out that gunfight. And Fire Esports, they stand tall in the fight up against Expand.
The Zom using an O from what we've seen, he just zoomed in onto Expand and clearing them out. But the final player from Expand has been taken out by Twisted Mind, and the potential of another engagement between those 2 teams that was mentioned. Todak right now, solo player and being hunted by the Wolves. So let's see if they can survive this as Traps already far back.
Traps. Desperate shots. But that's not going to get him anything. Yanbin with the easy spray down on the Thompson. Has got enough mag size to do it. The damage wasn't really needed. His opponent barely had any bit of armor on him. And GOW, first elimination of the game. But as we switch on back to Fire Esports, on for the pursuit. Kyong actually sidesteps death. He's out of there.
Out of there. Let's see if he will be managing to survive. Getting away from Zom, and a shot a little bit too high. And there it goes. I guess Zom was anticipating the flight as he pointed it a little bit higher, but that was a trick. That was a trick from BDR.
Yeah, that was a good getaway, man. That was very, very smooth. Great understanding of the terrain. Great understanding of the map. You need to have played that compound multiple times to be able to know exactly which angles to disappear from, That's fantastic stuff right there. You gotta love it.
Yeah, I mean, putting yourself in opponent's shoes, thinking how you're going to handle it, and then applying to yourself. That's quick thinking. With Todak right now, Jojo will be taken down, and surprisingly, Team Falcons, well, this has been a pattern for the team. Being taken down a little bit early, only a few players remaining. Now they need to stack up the coins and bring them back. Probably they can wait until they're on the next phase of the circle. Otherwise, they will be spread out. But for Bordeaux United, there's no spreading out. Even if they don't get all this elimination in the early part of the game, we've seen them get that on the second half of the match. So no trouble indeed.
Buriram just collecting some coins. Wondering if or not they can grab something from the vending machine a little bit later on to prepare for battle. I like that. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, 2 eliminations in hand so far, courtesy of Mr. Sa Ming. GOW on the full team revival. W struggling a little bit. They're not in the top 12 at the moment, but they're not too far away. They only need 9 points. Problem is they're fighting against so many other teams who are performing decently well. One of them is Bigatron.
Yeah, Bigatron who only needs 2 points to overtake Fire Esports if in case they will not be getting any more points than them. But again, that's very, very close compared to what we've seen before. The gap between them, the gap to get being taken out or taking out another team on the qualifiers is just that small that anyone can get it. Plus, with the help of that on that game number of 6, the double elimination point that would make it even or give the team even more of a headache.
Don't do it, put it up! I got scared there. I thought it was a headshot. But Moshi dangerously staring down at GOW through his barrel. And Wasana pushing on in M590 in hand. It's shotgun time, Neptune.
Let's see if he can pull it off. A little bit of trap being set by GOW, and they step away. Wasana right now on the left, and the flank will be happening from the rest of the team on the right. Great timing on that glue wall to stop from being shot.
Yep, and Demon down on the ground, bleeding out the end. Couldn't get away as Get High just runs through him. But Tan is putting up a good fight, but a ton of pressure brought from Buriram instead to very quickly end him. The game of numbers continue. This is a savage version of Buriram. This is very dangerous. When they gang up like that on anyone, any team, I mean, each player on the side of Buriram can take on a 1v4.
Yeah.
And when you've got all 4 together, Neptune, it's like battling an army.
It's when you look at the positioning as well, it's not just a pinch. It's like they're grasping the entire enemy team right there. Moshi in a rooftop, and then like on the left would be Wasana, and then the backup would be on the right. That is something that we don't see from other teams that often. But for Twisted Mind, well, they're not that aggressive, thankfully, but hopefully they can pull off a few more of those eliminations from what we've seen on day number 1, thus increasing the odds that they can get back on track for the top 5, make that probably top 3 by the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted is definitely looking for the top 5, and I don't think they're too far away from it. But based on the number of eliminations they have right now, my mama! Fire Esports taking advantage of 2 flying Bigatron players, shooting them out of the sky. Very well played by the Vietnamese squad. Going back to what I was saying, Twisted Minds need about 20-ish points to jump into the top 5. But based on the number of eliminations they have right now, Nep, they better step the pace up in terms of gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, they're not doing that well. They are surviving a little bit longer. That's what we asked for from when they were too aggressive. But I guess that adds up a lot more. But as we see, AG Global right now finally showing up. RRQ are the ones going against them. And RRQ a tough cookie to bite off to, because AG Global will need those points as well. They want to maintain the performance that they have for the day.
Let's see if or not RRQ can storm the front and rip away some happiness from AG Global. Circle's going to pressure both teams. AG Global a little bit better in terms of position. RRQ's going to get pressured. Bigatron Delta eliminated. RRQ. Multiple glue walls deployed. 18DA only has 2 more left in his pocket. They cannot waste any more.
Yeah, let's see if they can pull those off, as AG Global is already heading into the next phase of the circle. Another compound to cover, and not so much breathing room for RRQ right now. On the left-hand side, we are seeing Team Falcons, as well as 1 player for Core Memory. I think this is something that Core Memory is doing. They want to pull them in so that they will have more chances of surviving, but RRQ is not phased. AG Global is still their target.
Yeah, RRQ, they want this gunfight. And is the confidence in the M590 on the outside. AT Global barricaded away, and Cypher finds 18 Deer. Toda eliminated in the meantime. That circles around. RRQ ganging up, and AG Global gets annihilated.
Another play for M590 right there on the book. Fire Esports now with 30 in elimination. part of the top 6 in this battle, and it is Wang M, the sniper of the team that is taking the lead with 5 elimination in front of them. Possibility that they can start it off against Bermuda United because they would need that compound in Keratin.
Fire Esports really putting up a strong fight here on behalf of Vietnam. They're currently sitting in the 12th spot, so these 13 eliminations mean a lot to this Vietnamese squad. They want the Booyah as well, but the next one that stands in front of them, the 2-time world champs, Buriram United, ABCD meets the first one, Jonah. Both have the exact same shotgun, the M590. A blithering shot from it will end your run instantaneously. But as they back away, Twisted Minds, they join the fray.
Let's see who will be challenging Buriram United first, or probably the team from Vietnam as we look into this battle in a different angle. I love this view wherein we can see anything that's happening inside, and still it's chaos overall. But Fire Esports Bali should take over this compound as Buriram United as this goes out.
Oh my, Buriram just hit hasta la vista. This place is getting too crowded as they try to rotate away. They bump into Falcons and they instantly take down a player from their side. Now Falcons down by 1 man. They have to jump on in for the full-on engagement but get mowed down by the giant killers. It is Buriram. In fact, they are the dream enders. 11 eliminations in hand already. They spot out something outside of the circle, but they move on straight in for the swift elimination of Twisted Minds. They left this battle earlier. They are back to finish it off.
And that's how Buriram United is. We can leave and we can knock down the doors once again, and they still manage to survive with 4-man squad. Fire Esports with only 1 player in this small shack managed to run away. ABCD putting in the basics as 1, 2, 3 and gets through to another house. And Twisted Mind, even Twisted Mind is surprised, dumbfounded how that happened.
Yeah, excellently played by ABCD. But Twisted Minds, I mean, their defense was just so good. Buriram did not manage to go all out in that fight earlier. And they did retreat as well, expecting the circle to come towards them. And now RRQ on the roof of the compound held by Twisted Minds. Buriram once again knocking down on the door. Diamond knocked down to the ground already, Nameless, with a glue wall right in front of him. Turns around with Saming, and Wasana gets bursted down to the floor. Jonah shut down as well. Get high outside. Can't bring in the backup just yet. And Moshi backs away to a corner with RRQ behind him. And the tables have been turned for Buriram.
RRQ says, open up RRQ here, but Get High will not be phased. He wants to regroup. The duo might be able to pull this off. And as we look in, Moshi right now with a little bit of healing being done so that they can survive a little bit longer for RRQ. They position themselves so well that even one will be in the back end to be able to take out anyone who's running in the open.
Yeah, but now the Blues going to be hurting all of them, and Get High! Oh, the time turner popped out at the nick of time with a barrier of blue walls around him. Blue wall melters come on through, but the time turner is still active. Get High turns around, but Ma'al, the 2v1 is against Buriram. Get High shut down. Indonesia in a 3v1 up against Buriram's Moshi, and they slice him down to pick up a booyah.
RRQ still proving that they have the title of the best team in Bermuda in this game, in this tournament, and they are holding on to that. Every time they jump in here, they grab a lot of points. But let's see if this is their first, if I'm mistaken, their first booyah in this map. So if this continues on, if they will be brought a Bermuda map in that game number 6 random, then they might be able to do a lot more.
RRQ making a good fight to climb the leaderboard. They were behind Buriram. We did highlight that earlier. And not any other Thai team, but a Indonesian squad that is hot on the heels of the Buriram team. And not only were they hot on their heels, they overtook them in this game. And on the overall leaderboard, I'm pretty sure they have managed to catch up with them quite a little bit as well. But the engagement between Twisted Minds as well as Buriram earlier, a little bit unfortunate for the side of Twisted Mind.
Yeah, Twisted Mind thought that they have an element of surprise. They're quite far, and with that battle, Brim and Fire Esports, they can capitalize on that, but it was a little too slow, I would say. Or on the flip side, Bermuda United was just too quick to get away and then reverse it onto the two teams.
And of course, it was a phenomenal effort, but it also was counting on a lot of knowledge of their map and surroundings. RRQ Kazu, they did absolutely well to manage all of that chaos around them. But speaking of which, there was a lot of chaos on that map.
Yeah, definitely. RQ tried to keep their distance, tried to put that element of surprise as well, but I think they were a little too late because all the damage has been done. In terms of elimination, Bermuda United has gathered so much from Fire Esports, from Twisted Mind, and then RRQ is just there to steal away that booyah, which is good because they're planning to prepare for that championship rush. But in terms of getting that #1 spot or going ahead each other, I don't think RRQ will be able to overtake, and Bermuda United is just pulling away.
I don't know. I would not say that, Buriram would be pulling away. I still think RRQ has the capability of shocking us. There's still the double point game, and these Indonesians, man, when the push comes to a shove, they do usually shove pretty hard, and we've seen them walk away with the victory a couple of times over the Thai squad. So I wouldn't really put it past them just yet. I think there's still a lot of fight there. There's a lot of fight in some of the other teams as well from the bottom, right? You're looking at Bigatron Delta, CRM, Toda, these three teams. They're tethering on the very edge of, trouble here because the bottom 6 teams are about to be eliminated by the end of the day. And that's what they are.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough, really. That is tough, but more tougher is for those from Group B that has no chance to fight back. All they have to do is watch and pray that none of the other teams below them will be overtaking them. But that is a huge call, a tough call to make because of that double elimination. That twist of that double elimination round really brings tears to a lot of teams right here who will be pushed out.
Now, the only other team that has completed their run from Group B that's under a lot of pressure right now to lose their spot is PE Sports. Vamos has definitely lost their ranking in the top 12. They are not going to be able to play within the Point Rush or Grand Finals. That's confirmed. But whether or not PE Sports stays there, I think we can already call it right now. There's no way PE Sports makes it to Point Rush. We have got 2 more games to go, and the teams that are behind them are around 6 and 10 points away, right? So, of course, we have seen some teams pick up less than 10 points in one game, but when you're so close to making it into the top 12, especially when your name is Bigatron or CRM, I think these boys have got the capability to pull those points away. So, PE Sports, unfortunately, will not be seen.
Let's see. Let's see who else will not be seen in this game. But who showed up? It is Abe from RRQ. 3 elimination, not so much compared to other MVPs, but did manage to get so much of assist added to that damage, and that is RRQ. Most of the time is Maal who's showing up as an MVP. Abe right now shows up. I think he was taken out a little bit too early when the first day happened as well, and this is just a turnaround for him.
Yeah, I mean, Abe is definitely the super slayer of the squad. Maal is a great player, mainly from the long ranges. This guy does it both long and close and mid-range. He's the Swiss Army knife of the RRQ squad. You just got to love it every time he is on the team and he is playing. The squad's performance is always at an all-time high. Good on him, running the Joseph Nikita as well as Nairi as passives and the Tatsuya's Rebel Rush in his arsenal for the active skill department. He surely ran circles around his opponents.
And if I'm mistaken, that is his second MVP for this knockout stage, making him in the lead of the MVP leader. But as we look into the team sets where the characters are being used, not so much of change other than the Steffi and that we've seen yesterday from Maal. And in terms of the passive skill, again, similar scenario from the other teams. They just know how to use that to their advantage. Snipers, rushers, bombers, they just know how to to formulate which combination of characters to be used, what combination of skills to be used that matches their playstyle.
Yeah, of course. And it is a opportunity for them to test out what they think may work or may not work when they move on into the Southeast Asian level. Obviously, they've already been playing this format on their own individual regions to qualify for the Southeast Asian level. But how is it going to fare up against the other teams from these other regions that they don't play within their own local circuit, right? So this is that testing ground. This is that opportunity for them to see if or not what they formulated to dominate their local leagues will work here or not. And clearly for RRQ, the recipe is good. They walk away with 20 points and they lose that number 1 spot, although they do have the booyah because of Buriram, the menacing Buriram, who have 15 eliminations in their name for a total of 24 points to grab the number 1 spot.
And with this, the chase is still on for that spot where Burim is in the leaderboard. But quite happy from what I'm seeing from Fire Esports. We've seen them play it quite well from the early parts of this day, and now getting 20 points as well. So I guess they're perfecting this, the way that they play right now, to get a few more off elimination compared to what we've seen earlier. It's more of survivability. But for Twisted Mind, it's, well, pretty much fair as well. 19 points, but not the aggressive Twisted Mind that we often see.
But so you were right, Neptune. They most definitely ran away from RRQ Buriram in that matchup. They just had those eliminations to just kind of whiz past them. But in the overall leaderboard, they will continue to maintain that dominance as well. RRQ still finding it tough to catch up to them. This is perhaps something that they would be trying to bridge in that final game on the double elimination points map. I don't know. When you're in a lobby with, monsters like Buriram, AG Global, RRQ, even Falcons, Twisted Minds, these are all heavy hitters, right? They can walk away with a 20 elimination round on a really, really good match. So it's going to be tough to walk away with those numbers later on when everybody is hunting for it.
Yeah, I think for Burim United, the goal right now is, if I'm not mistaken, RRQ has beaten them in the most number of points in a day. And that hurts their feelings. So they want to show up and say, okay, you can make 121 in a day. We're going to do more than that. There's no more slowing down for Burim United from what we've seen. And from as we look at it right now, they're very, very close. Only 1 point behind Evo's Divine, who's not even playing right now. So a few more games, one more game, like even if they sleep, as long as they get 2 elimination, they will overtake Evo's Divine in this match. Depends on if they will be taking number 1, if RRQ will slow down.
Even if they don't get any eliminations at all they need to do is just survive until they get the 10th rank. They just need 1 point, and then they will overtake EVOS Divine because of their booyahs. So, so Buriram is in a really good place, but obviously the motivation to get more than that 1 point is RRQ Kazu, right? When the Indonesians are so close to you, the last thing you want to do is to let your foot ease off the gas pedal and slow down just to be overtaken at the very last moment. I don't think Buriram's the kind of squad to slow things down. So it's gonna just get a little bit more heated up in the final 2 games that we've got in store for the audience here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of chasing around. There's a lot of changes that need to be done. And for some, they need to be consistent. I mean, we've seen AG Global pull off so much compared to what we've seen them yesterday. So let's see if that continues on, even from Fire Esports, who's getting a few more of those points right here that may be able to help them to secure their spot on the top 12. But in a bit, we're going to see all those battle happening, starting off with Kalahari on game number 5, and then a random map on game number 6. We're going to go for a quick break. When we return, all this battle continue in the preseason. So don't go away. We'll be back in a bit. Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series 2025 Southeast Asia preseason, and this is the final section of this day. 2 more chances for the team to grab all those points in the knockout stage before we find out who proceeds to the point rush as well as grand finals. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the one and only Mustachio AJ, and if I'm not mistaken, that was Zeus that we were looking at.
Please ignore them. They have already had their dinner. I don't know why they're disturbing me. But, you know, it has been one hell of a day here for some of these teams who are trying to break into the top 12. The bottom 6 is crowded with teams from groups A and C. There's only one team from Group B that's currently in the bottom 6. That means 5 teams from the bottom 6 are currently playing in here today. That means tensions are high. Everybody wants those points, but this is also a terrible grouping for these boys because you've got monsters. You've got crazy monsters in there who want those points for themselves as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, who doesn't want points to themselves? There's a lot of things that they can grab here if they can reach to the next level. Not only that, if they can get to the top 8 by the end of the Battle Royale. But as a review of what happened today, 2 of the buyas has been grabbed by Bermuda United Esports already, 1 for AG Global, and finally Indonesia has put themselves on the board once again with RRQ from that Bermuda map. Now, question is, will they be able to pull it up again in Kalahari? Because we know how well they can play this from Refinery.
Absolutely, man. And of course, I am looking forward to only game number 6, where teams go on a double elimination point run and all of hell breaks loose regardless of what map we play on. And if it is Alpine by any chance, if it is the map where Buriram turns into a playground, if that's where we get, I am looking at maybe a 60 to 70 pointer match right there.
I mean, that will be record set thanks to the double elimination. That will be record set as well as a number of points set in the day. But let's see if this record, though, the top 3 will be broken by any teams. It looks like it, though, because for all the teams, if I'm mistaken, they are part of Group B that will not be playing today. Thus, a new set of a team will be showing up right now in Kalahari, and even the points is not that much not to be overtaken.
Yeah, it's actually shocking how many teams from Group B have already made it into the top 12 and are still staying there. And like I said, PE Esports in a lot of trouble because PE Esports have got 2 teams behind them, and those 2 teams are Bigatron Delta, who are 6 points behind PE Esports, and Team Core Memory, who are 10 points behind PE Esports. PE Esports have played all 12 games. These 2 other teams, Bigatron as well as CRM, they've been having a tough time, right? But I think they can squeeze out 10 points.
Yeah, it's just so happened that the other teams are doing a lot more in terms of points.
Yeah.
But we've seen them in the battlefield. We've seen them get all those points. So let's see if they can do this in Kalahari. You know how Kalahari changes the pace of the game. We're going to go in, jump into the desert, and let's see how will that end.
Roger that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are off to a rocking start. I look forward to game 5 these days only because it's one game away to game number 6.
Well, unless you are bad at math, then yes, that is one game away from game number 6. And sorry, bro. I mean, I've been thinking for the first 4 maps. I haven't pulled a joke, so this is the time to do so.
It's okay. It's okay. Sometimes you get one. Sometimes you get one. Buriram are being pursued by Dewa United, but sometimes the hunters will be the hunted. So I don't know, Dewa United.
Yeah, let's see for the day or the night war, if that would be the case. expand right now, try and survive. There goes a takedown onto Ton, but Yan Bin will not be giving up. Another double vector play coming from this guy, and we've seen him pull this off with a 3, if not 4 spree with that weapon.
GOW. Demon already on the revive. And expand for Campbell. Expands player being brought back in as well. A revive on the side of Buriram. And just like that, we are one player away from being a full lobby once again.
This battle's not yet over though. Ekal will be taken down. Not quite sure if they have a lot invested, but this is what happens. Brim United goes back, turn around, and fight back at you. They are just steamrolling against them. Kiki not even backing off, but was able to go and take down Moshi through the glue wall.
I mean, that's the beauty. It's very rare that you see Moshi getting taken down by the M82B, but Toda ruins the party for Deva United. He was just about to smile like, hey mama, look what I did.
Let's see if Toda can do the same thing, because only Wasana will be in here, a solo mission for him, but here comes a recovery, and Burim United might still be alive after this, but still, Sliver of Health managed to survive that gunshot.
What? Oh my god, Wasana. No, Wasana, no! I thought he was going to turn the tables, and Faiz would have cried if he did, because Wasana barely had any life on him. Thank God Faiz got the job done. My goodness, the Buriram fans would have been laughing if it didn't.
Yeah, Faiz did a job done after 3 shots. That's one thing.
Don't
going
count,
against,
bro.
Well, going against Burim United, you need to be accurate. You know how things can be turned around by this guy. If that would have been reversed, if he's not healing up, he's not proning, that could have been reversed, and he's the one going down. So they really need to be to have that accuracy. But we'll see. There's still more chances for them in this battle. RRQ right now back in where they usually reign, but AG Global, in spite of them on lower ground, they might be able to fire back.
Dew and Chinoy, a little bit too far away, and that has got the Car 98, and I don't know if that's the weapon of choice for him at this point of time. I'm pretty sure he would love to pick up that AWM, but it is the best that he has available to him at this point of time. RRQ, on the other hand, as usual, the refinery plays on this map is a classic for the squad.
Yeah, and from what we've seen as well from the other day, this is the sub, the party sub that everyone wants to jump in. Now we are only seeing 2 teams, but Burim United is back on track. Todak once again putting that pressure, taking Jonah down, and I guess with that, BRU will get the picture. They will be getting away, moving far away. They're not sure that it is Todak, but it looks like a different team based on the performance, and I'm loving it.
I'm going to curse Buriram right now. I want Buriram to get eliminated in the 11th spot so that all their players get pissed off. And then in Game 6, they go crazy. Okay, come on. Come on, somebody. Get it done.
Yeah,
Get it done. Just for entertainment's sake. Let's go.
It seems like they will try to do so on both of this map, because judging from Abe getting 2 of the MVP, and then all the MVPs from all the booyahs that has been taken by Burim United has been spread across, so they will need 2 to beat that. 2 booyahs wherein any of their teammates will be getting 3 by the end of the day, but that's just additional $500 US. That we're not even talking about the actual prize pool for their placement. So that's just them dealing with a lot more.
Look at you saying just additional 500 like it's not a lot. That's a lot of money.
Dude, I mean, we're talking about Burim United. They can get more than that for the first place. So that's
true.
Just
They've
additional.
They've got 2 hands and 1 foot on 8,000 USD already. So unless we actually have like some sort of like a game changer moment later on. But get high up against Toda once again, and they sidestep that shot. Vidal's straight to the chest of Get High. A little unfortunate of a start, but that's exactly what I want. Let's go.
That's one thing though for Todak, like being that successful in those engagement. Hopefully, it will not go to their heads, and they will be too aggressive against the other teams. Otherwise, it will be the same story that we've seen before. They will not be able to get the point. But speaking of point, Han goes down for another possible point, but Yanbin will try to fight back. Recovery of Ton has been done, and Todak right now will try to put it in the corner. And there goes one player, but the rest of GOW is still alive and kicking.
Yeah, unfortunate for Yanbin. It's just way too much of pressure for them to deal with. Now, Core Memory up against Bigatron Delta. Puja on standby already. They're the M590, but jump with the exact same shotgun headshot. Vice couldn't do much, and you coming from afar. The M82B will find its connection, and Bigatron Delta only have Gardu left in here with his secondary.
And that is a chase for 13th and of the 13th and 14th placers. So anyone winning that will be overtaking or getting a lead between the two. Now, AG Global and Fire Esports, the two team that has been doing so much. The Zom right now. I love the jump. I love the third round. And choose the next target. And there's not so much that you can do in that fight. 11th place for AG Globals.
AG Global needed points, man. AG Global needed heavy points. They are way too close to the bottom alongside PE Sports. And Bigatron Delta and Core Memory are still alive. And that just is bad news for AG Global. Bigatron Delta is about 9 points behind AG Global. So, you know, that can be overtaken in this match in itself.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible. They are still surviving. Gardu managed to get back, and they can recover from all the damage that has been dealt by Core Memory. But speaking of recovery, Bermuda United is now recovering back to Stone Ridge, and I guess that back and forth against Todak is now out of picture for the moment, and back to RRQ. Though their position is quite well known to other teams, no one is challenging them. And the trouble with that is they're not gathering any points because everyone knows that they're on the top of Refinery.
That's true. And it doesn't seem like RRQ is going to be moving anytime soon unless, of course, the circle forces them to make that rotation. And it's just good. Oh, okay. As we talk about a rotation, they're like, let's fly away. Question is, do they bump into anybody else? Yes, they do. Twisted Minds on the way to the exact same compound. And I believe this is about to be a party in the house of RRQ.
Well, let's see who's going to start a party, who's going to throw the music out here. First off, as Todak will be in the sights of RRQ. So gunshots. Oh, trigger discipline coming from Ma'al. They want to go all full squad, but jumping in a vehicle out in the open, that might be troublesome, especially if they are not aware the Twisted Mind might be able to shoot them down.
Twisted Minds will go shopping first. In the meantime, RRQ up against Toda. Toda from the opposite side. You can see those woodpeckers already on standby. Grenades being tossed at each other first. Ice grenade towards those glue walls, but nobody's home. RRQ has wasted their initial throwables. Toda still hanging back. Question is, are they saving it or do they have none?
I don't think they will be saving it. They will be trying their best. Now, RRQ, very, very close. Todak right now, I mean, pressure has been put in on this team, but RRQ is not going so aggressive. They want to be safe in positioning, keeping their distance, using a portal go, and that might be troublesome because Bermuda United will be behind them. And there you have it. Todak and Bermuda United, RRQ might be at a loss this one.
Yeah, this one is a big fight. If RRQ overcomes Buriram right here, right now, they overtake them on the overall leaderboard as well. But Twisted Minds interfering in this fight, knocking Ma'al down to the ground, opening this fight up for Buriram, but Buriram has slowed the pace down already. Abe, Duds down on the floor, bleeding out. RRQ forcing a quick recovery. Twisted Minds going in for the engagement. This is about to be a big fight for the Indonesian squad.
Let's see if the Indonesian will be able to get away, manage to take that ridge and pulls out on the other side. But Duts will be taken down. There's a cover. There's good recovery that can be pulled off by RQ right now, and Core Memory will be spotted as well. But in this area. 4 teams will be converging, and Boreo United and Twisted Mind were the ones battling it out first.
Yeah, Jonah actually got away in the nick of time. But look at Saming, the position he holds on to, a super long flank on the right-hand side. He's got the AWM in hand. Grenade dropped on the left-hand side, but does not go off just yet. Wasana sidesteps that and makes a mistake. Gets nailed down to the ground. Saming and the flank was perfect. And he shoots down Wasana, the rusher on the side of Buriram.
Wasana just stumbled right there as he get dropped, but let's see for the rest of the team. They still have a good chance despite of Twisted Mind having a full man rush on them. Get high, just waiting for that opportunity, or probably for time as well for anyone else to distract them. A little bit of a nade action being thrown onto Twisted Mind to give that opening to Get High, but Get High misses. Only a few HP being dealt to Diamond.
Jonah can actually be the game changer here, but he's very low on HP. He's on standby. He gets clipped by an A124. First grenade does manage to get the clip. Second one right beside him. No! And he does take himself out instead. How unfortunate for Jonah. I guess this is exactly what I asked for. Bye-bye, Buriram. See you in the double points game.
I was about to say that. That is something that we don't see often, but it does happen. Boreo United being taken down a little bit early. The rest of the teams will be rushing in on them, and Moshi will be saying goodbye together with the rest of Boreo United on 9. Now, battle continues as Twisted Mind will be flanking left towards BTR, but Peter right now not yet done with the battle, and Expand will be taken out on that 1v1. Now, the only question is, will they be bringing them teammates back? Because going solo, Kens might not be able to pull it off.
This is a sticky situation. And I think Kens has got an eye on him already. RRQ towards the right-hand side. Toda on the left. Toda leading with the eliminations. That's a surprise. The Malaysians are awake. And RRQ needs eliminations, bro. But they're just focusing on staying alive so that they can overtake Buriram on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, Buriram is already unfortunate. It's Moshi, the only one remaining, and has been taken out. So there's a good chance if they can pull off a few more points from what Buriram has already done. And that would depend on how they're going to treat this battle against Core Memory. 3v4 situation, not a position that you want to be in, especially in this late game, and not so much points stacked onto them.
Yeah. Fire Esports slowly breaking down those blue walls and putting some distance, but too far away, and they give Toda a good angle to play with. Grenade up top by Death. Does it find his connection? Jojo, a sliver of hell. Time turner pull down, and the electrotherapy connection is there in the nick of time to keep his partner alive. Zob backs away. Those glue walls just too much, and ABCD with the Rebel Rush gets away as he spots out a player. Tossing in a couple of grenades as well. It's going to be the glue wall melters breaking down the defenses of Toda as Wang finds a connection with the grenade. The lethal in his hand manages to take one down and forces Toda to scramble down to the ground floor.
They're still alive though, but not for long. There goes a nade plus a shotgun coming from Fire Esports. We are seeing them so aggressive right here. And Death, despite of him being trapped, he still doesn't fall for the rest of the Todak. Will be struggling and will be taken out. Now, battle continues in the middle of this map with Twisted Mind going against Core Memory. Not a place that you want to be, out in the open right now, and not so much of glue walls to play with.
Oh, but look at this, Core Memory. Remember, we talked about how Core Memory needed only 10 points in order to catch up with PE Sports. Dude, they are putting in the work. Core Memory knows how important this round is for them, how important this qualifier is for them, and they are putting in all of their effort. Folky and Cougar on the right-hand side flank, the M590 in hand, and they wait for their backup as well on that left-hand side. They do have jump, and they take that right-hand side rotation, sticking close to the circle, and that will give them the added advantage.
Fire Esports, the top team in this map right here, is showing up. But that goes down. hand of the jump, and the Zom for that final hit. Now it's up to Peter to survive or probably take them down. ABCD has been taken out 1v1. The Zom will survive, and they get the booyah.
Fire Esports with their first booyah of this preseason knockout stage. And a team that's already in the top 12 but fighting to maintain their position have done a phenomenal job to do exactly that. What a booyah. Decent points picked up. Buriram got pissed off. So many things happened.
Let's see if Adam going down a little bit early will give us what we are asking for, a 60-point double elimination round. But before we go there, let's take a look on how Fire Esports grabbed this booyah. I mean, it's just them being a full squad, if not 3 players going against those that has been damaged, and it's just the timing. We've seen how Twisted Mind made a mistake of stepping in first, being challenged by Core Memory, and that's why they went down first.
Yeah, I for sure agree with you, man. It was a little bit of a decision that they just needed to take at that point of time. And, you know, usually you're in a situation where you don't have much time to think. And in that final sequence of battle, if just another glue wall had been erected, Zom wouldn't have had that gap to take that shot. But either way, quick thinking on the side of Fire Esports to pick up some solid points to allow them to jump up further on the leaderboard and keep multiple Vietnamese teams in the top 12.
If I'm not mistaken, they did get 12 elimination in this game, and plus that booyah, so they will have 24 points. But the chase is still on, and the excitement is building, especially as we are heading to that double elimination round. We want to see who can throw down so much body that they can get so much of points by the end of the day.
So we are looking at Buriram. Buriram already has 2 booyahs from the day. We know they want the 500 USD. We know they want the booyah so they can get the MVP. We know they want to go rampaging in the double points match. So this one is set up well. But of course, they are not the only good team here in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia is filled with Titan squad. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to be an easy run for Buriram to that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, it might be similar to what we've seen earlier. That would depend on which map they will be playing as well. We know if it goes to Alpine, it will be easier. Not that easy,
not easy,
but
easy, just easy.
Easy for Buriram United. Well, so many times that they've shown us every time they jump into Alpine. But if it's a different map, there's we are seeing a pattern for some of the teams. They are showing like tenacity, their prowess in specific map, which we keep saying that we hate, but it would be advantageous if in case that doubles up in a day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now having a good map makes a huge difference if your good map is pulled by the randomizer for that final game where there are double points to play for, from nowhere to somewhere, from being the underdog to the top dog. It can all happen within one game. It just needs to be massive enough with the eliminations, man. Once again, we have seen some pretty hefty eliminations. We've seen 19 elimination games. We've seen 17. You know, if you take 19, that's just 38 points through elims right there. You throw in the 12 from Booyah, this is a lot of points, bro.
I mean, that's what makes it exciting for the final match. That is a lot of points already, and then the double elimination and I would say, the suspense of who's going to get that and who are they going to overtake if they manage to pull that. So I cannot wait. I'm so excited for that game number 6.
Yeah, I mean, same here. I've been waiting for it since the start of the week. All right, I've been waiting for this since the start of the week. It's the most important double point match, right? I mean, this is the 3rd double point match that we have the pleasure of watching, but it's the most important because it kind of determines who jumps in to the top 12. And I'm still looking at the bottom 6 teams. Because in the bottom 6 teams, there are now 4 teams that are currently playing in here today. And that means they can all use this as that launch pad into the top 12. You're talking about Bigatron Delta, Soda, GOW, and Expand. And honestly, even Expand can sneak into the top 12 if it uses this final game correctly.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's where that double elimination round really excites us. But let's go back to the MVP. 6 elimination. That is a lot coming from A, B, C, D. We've seen him weave in and out of the battle. We've seen him get all those elimination overall. Even if it's solo, he has been trusted by the rest of the team. That is with the help of at Mag 7. Not so much of damage, more of a finisher for him. And if you look at the assists as well, he did help out so much in this fight.
I mean, this is just phenomenal numbers, right? With the Mag 7 of all guns initially, and then later switching on to the M590, ABCD made it look as easy as 1, 2, 3, 4. And yes, he was counting bodies all the way up to 6 as he dropped them on the battlefield.
Yes, definitely. And well, Tatsuya plus with the buff up of Nairi, as well as a chance not to be taken out with that Joseph, and we can even scan everyone from afar with that binoculars. But when we look at the team stats, not so much of a difference. Again, the Coda has been pulled out by Death right here, and we've seen Death use that in a great way, be able to spot enemies. But changes, we are looking for different set of active skill. Because of that unique skill, there's a good chance that some of the active skill will be highlighted. For the passive is pretty much the same.
Absolutely. And of course, we do see a lot of similarities across these teams on the battlefield when it comes to the active and passive skills. The combination, of course, you've had some come in here very cheeky with some of their active skills. We saw Wukong. I guess you gotta experiment, man. You gotta just think out of the box sometimes to see exactly what may work. And if you want to try it, this is the stage to try it, right? At the knockout stage of your preseason, not when the real thing happens later on.
Yeah, this is a testing ground for everyone, but there's no testing right here for Fire Esports 28. Correction, that is 28. I mentioned 24 earlier because of 16 elimination that they got, and CRM moving up. So with this alone, they have beaten BTR on that race, and they've taken over at top 12, if not top 11, depending on how the rest of the team go. Team Falcon 16 points, Todak with 14 points, Twisted Mind not so much with 13, and Expand is also part of that top half. But for Boreo United, BTR, RRQ, surprisingly bottom half of the standing.
Yeah. Piss them off, bro. Let's go. Both of these teams that are at the top of the table, piss them off so that we can get a phenomenal game number 6. Because it's not just about winning. It's not just about collecting double points. It's about breaking barriers. It's about setting records. It's about making yourself a legend in the history of Free Fire Esports by collecting the most number of points in a game. That's exactly what I'm looking for.
And as we look at today's standings, well, I guess this is one thing that we were expecting and is still happening from Boreo United. One more game, and they're already at 94 points. There is a good chance they will be beating the 121-point day that RRQ has set. And for RRQ, it's not doing quite well. 57 points, because they're the ones in the running for that number 1, if not number 2 spot in the overall standings. For Fire Esports, 77 points. That is a lot already. That's huge already for them. And this might be the time for them to, I would say, that they don't need they don't have so much pressure to be in the top 12.
I mean, everybody is under a lot of pressure, and even if you are in the clear, sometimes you are under pressure because you have a certain expectation of yourself. When you're not in the top 12, there are many different kinds of pressures that may just make you break But either way, the kind of pressure that PE Sports would have had from the start of the day, yeah, that's a different kind of pressure, right? Because, you know, he's constantly nervous, like, did I do enough? The answer is no. Unfortunately, PE Sports did not do enough. And it's sad that this is happening, but it's also great that it's happening during the preseason, because I want to see a motivated PE Sports later on when we move on to the real thing, right? When we go on to FFWS SEA Spring 2025, we want to see the better version of PE Sports where they really go back to setting the standard for Vietnam.
Yeah, I mean, they were the motivators. Now, they are the ones that needs to be motivated, because the other teams from Vietnam is doing a lot more better than them. 3 of them stacked on 7, 8, and 9 currently. That is something that the T-Sport doesn't want to see. But let's see. What map are we going to play in as we head into the randomizer for that game number 6?
Well, it's the randomizer. Show me what you've got. Bermuda, baby, let us go. And you know what? At the end of the day, Bermuda, RRQ got pissed. RRQ wants more points. RRQ still wants to catch up with Buriram. I think it's the best motivation RRQ needs.
Yeah, definitely 1 buoy already from this team. A total of 47 in total and 26 in elimination. So RRQ has a good chance to double their name on that board and tie it up with Buriram United, and also a good chance for Abe to increase his odds for that MVP title. So a lot of expectation. Hopefully that doesn't give them so much pressure that they will fail in this mission.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, at the end of the day, if you do fail your mission, it's all right, because it's just the preseason. This is the pre-mission. This is the warm-up mission. So you just got to gear up and then do slightly better, right? But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody wants to be at their very best all the time. The top 3 on this map. It has always been RRQ, and it continues to be RRQ. Twisted Minds and Falcons, they're not too shabby here as well. So maybe there is a possibility they rise up to the occasion and try to steal away some good stuff out of this double points opportunity.
If you ask what are the odds for Buriram United in this current map, they are running at 6th place. And we're talking about groups A and C. So that is, I would say, a tough call, because, well, we know for a fact that they don't really pop off in Bermuda, because other teams can or manages to pull away from that. Thus, they prioritize on like performing in Alpine and the other maps.
Well, let's see exactly what is about to happen here, because I am ready to see exactly what Buriram and RRQ want to do at the very top of the table, whether or not they want to add on more points to their run, or they want to just slow things down because they've already got what they want, or maybe they just chill and the desperate teams at the bottom go all out to slay these giants, because these giants are the threat, right? These giants is what's going to stop them from making the best use of this double points, because they usually steal all of the eliminations. So if you're an underdog that wants them, you got to get rid of the big ones first.
Yeah, well, let's see how are they going to do that, because we're going to jump in to this map. Bermuda it is.
Roger, bro.
Final game, final map for the knockout stage. Double elimination chances for the team to get to the top 12 is here from the south to the north. Let's see as where they will be dropping.
Oof. Great flight path, but teams just want trouble, baby. Mars Electric a little bit too crowded. And we are going to be hopping on in to see exactly who else is going to be in a heated battle. AG Global up against GOW. Fire Esports up against Core Memory. Many engagements all across the battlefield as we open things up.
Yeah, I mean, they want a shocking end to this day. So they went into Mars Electric. Where else can you not get that shock? Let's see. But you know, right now, being occupied, and they run through this area close enough to the vending machine and do Anton a little bit too close, only a wall and stairs. What? As we go into Fire Esports, the Zom managed to survive. Solo player still alive, not backing off.
Yeah, Zom needs more coins. Zom needs to get his team members back in here. Let's see if or not he will get away undetected. AG Global shuts down Poon. GOW still in this fight up against AG. And AG focusing on the wrong team here. The end showed up in the secondary and shut him down. But Toda, oh, the vulturing Toda, they are in here as the third party. They want a piece of this.
Yeah, they want to get a lot of those eliminations. They want to steal all those eliminations because of the double that it will be brought in. A camel in the road right now will not stop anyone from rushing in. And Videls, I love how he plays. He's not too aggressive and managed to go for the help as Mai sniped through above.
Oh, this is a phenomenal setup coming on through here for the team. GOW, though, with the loss of Demon and Yanbin now, things get too crazy. They have to find that exit. Although Videls got traded out, this is way too risky now for GOW. They cannot afford to hang around. They are looking for the top 12 spots, and Toda is the team that's right in front of them.
I mean, this is a battle. This is a battle on chasing on those, and hopefully they will get the points, or either of the team will be able to get all those points. Watan is in trouble, but I guess the DN has already made a way out of this area, and they will be safe. But no! The chase is on, and it is CRM. If I'm mistaken, being taken out. Dion managed to survive, and they're still alive.
CRM. Now CRM is like PE Sports. They can't do anything, and they have to just be sitting ducks, and they have to watch the leaderboard like hawks on whether or not they get an opportunity to make it through to the top 12. Point rush! North with the slay. Dutch taken out, but instant revival coming on through from a bay.
Yep, let's see if RQ will be able to fight back into the corner. Ma'al will be waiting. Here comes back up 18 Deer, and the flank is on 1v2. No stopping him, and there goes the jump, but Kiki will be tricked into jumping out and will be reloading as 18 Deer rushes in.
I mean, that's a fantastic rush coming on through. 18 Deer getting there in the nick of time. But two of his buddies down on the ground already, and he got no space to run. With just a sliver of health left, leads them up towards that second floor. But in the meantime, his buddy has come back through and hit another revival as well, bringing Ma'al back into the match. So RRQ and their survival, they've done just enough. But here comes the rest of Deva United to finish off the job started.
Let's see if they can finish it off. RQ right now. Surprise! A backstab from North. Another one almost. But Dutch is ready. The pickup has been done. 1v3 situation, and Dutch will be going down. But it's not yet over for RRQ. Even with only one elimination, they managed to get a few more from Factory to bring back their teammates. So the battle continues for them, but they have to wait a little bit.
That was a terrible move. I mean, he should have just set up that glue wall to block the door and finished off the player instead of panicking and trying to run away from the situation. But, you know, what's done is done. Unfortunate. Diamond. Oh, good Riptide Rhythm to break down his defenses and spray him down onto the ground, Nameless. Found in the exact same way. Falcon's just mopping the floor now with the brains of Twisted Minds.
Ming tries to get away, and no, didn't do so, but Diamond has been recovered, and they remain alive. As Brave United, no points just yet. They just want to chill for the moment, but let's see if they will be spotted by BTR.
Wasana finding one from afar, but Kiba spots him out as well. Rebel rush to the left and continues pushing on forth. Backup is on the way as well. UAV scanned out. Buriram looking for an angle, but Toda does not want this fight. They back away. One good connection by Moshi, but that's all they get.
I mean, from the movement themselves, I think they read the room and they just want to step out and they don't want to deal with Brave United, even if they don't know that is Brave United. For Saifa and AG Global, well, they had no choice. The Blues closing in and they are on their way against Expand in this area from Sentosa. So they still have a few lands left, a few areas left to walk through before crossing the bridge, and they need to take down Expand, who might be gatekeeping them in a bit.
Woo! This is a beautiful shot from afar, Drian. It's unfortunate that AG Global finds him as he tries to make that run across. 4 points picked up through eliminations. And on this round, that just means they've managed to get a total of 8. The rest of Expand gathering in a compound held by Fire Esports as the circle pushes them in. This is an opportunity for recovery here for Expand. Oh, spotted out by Death. Hence does not even respond to the Bison play. The glue wall erected just to play a safety recovery here to reposition.
Yeah, the Grim Reaper. Let's see if he'll be able to reap a one from Expand, but it's just too slippery at this point. Glue walls, actual walls, windows, and doors are stopping Wa from taking over.
This is going to perfectly stop them with their tracks, though. It's a good ambush setup by Expand. They've managed to take Zom out of the equation. That's the most annoying player. But Death will be able to trade Afik out of this fight. Ken's managing to get away in the nick of time. Double Vector will find Ken's and his head. And Expand's plan breaking down by the second. All 3 players eliminated, but Expand as a squad stays alive through 1 more player.
How long can they do this? Let's see if Expand will be able to get a few more points in this game and not give up despite of how they are positioned in that leaderboard. But for RRQ, there's a good chance they will be able to overtake whoever is above them if they survive that fight. But BTR, AG Global in a battle. No one's going down just yet. But the glue wall, the maze of glue wall is being tricky as AG Global takes the top.
Oh, Faiz, cheeky, backs away. The rest of his team members, though, getting slain. Kyong traded out by Dew. Barros finds 1. Barros finds 2. And that's about it. Faiz going in for the save, and he gets a close one up against Saifa. Manages to clip Barros as well, but there's no finisher. Barros gets the final shot in as the survivor for AG Global. And he keeps the team alive whilst taking out his opponent.
And this is AG Global on 12, VTR on 13, and
wow,
that is not looking good. Not looking good for BTR, especially if they didn't get that much points in this battle. Pressure is on from everyone. We expect them to be on that top 12, but there's still a lot of question if they did make it.
Yeah, man. I mean, did you happen to see if Bigatron got eliminated?
I believe so. Yeah, they were eliminated by AG Global, I think. Or
GG
was it
then,
a mistake?
Yeah, unfortunate. Bigatron close, but just not close enough.
Yeah, they were eliminated 11 because Expand is still alive. So yeah, that's it for BTR.
That's really unfortunate then.
Oh well, it is what it is. If that is the case, and they just have to try a little bit better. And there you go, only 1 point. So not even close to the 3 points that they need, or it's very close to the 3 points that they need to go against AG Global. But AG Global has already done so much. 8 elimination, making that 16 points from this part of the game.
So CRM got eliminated early, and I thought that they might lose their spot. But if Bigatron Delta is out, then nobody's actually going to be hunting down for that position. Unless, of course, Toda does something crazy and comes out at the very final circle with massive eliminations, then that's actually going to still turn some heads.
Yeah, I mean, the only chance is if everyone else will be able to throw heavy down, but still CRM being taken out, that would be the loss for that final for the top 12. So they will be biting their fingers.
Yeah, man.
Fingernails at this point, even their fingers chewing them off to pray that that doesn't happen.
That's some zombie stuff right there, bro. I don't want to mess with that. Grenade finds nobody. GOW up against Hua. And GOW currently nowhere near the top 12. Needs 18 points. But that technically means only 9 eliminations in this game. And
Which I think is possible with the way things are doing right now. If they can play it right, yeah, they might be moving out right now. Fire Esports element of surprise is on them. But if they can take them out, a few more of players, teams will be surrounding them. So GOW might be able to pull it off.
come on, GOW. Show us some Vietnamese miracle right here. Toda, one of the teams who are fighting for the top 12, needs to survive up against RRQ. And the initial engagement puts Straps outside the circle. Circle back in. Ma'al bleeding out on the ground. Toda! Toda! What a shot! 18 Deer now bleeding out as well. A base circling around. Fire meets him! And the grenade launcher to his face. That's the final player. The final run here for RRQ. Toda going in for the finisher. 3 more survivors. Dats has got a little bit of problem because Expand shooting at him from across the battlefield as well.
Todak is in trouble if they don't move right now. They might be able to capitalize on this if they wait for Dutz. And a shot onto Jojo. This might be finisher, but no. Dutz will just be waiting. And let's see if he managed to survive. On the other side, we have Fire Esports going against Team Falcons. Team Falcons will not be able to fly that high if in case Fire Esports takes it down.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Now Falcons managing to get 1, managing to get 2. And a total of 4 points picked up right there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And that's the final player for the side of Fire Esports. Fire Esports already qualify in the top 12 right now. Doesn't seem like they're going to be losing their spot. They've also picked up an extra 10 points here through eliminations. And they continue to survive for the time being, but that's about it. Expand actually exits first before Hua has a little bit of a achievement on its own.
Yeah, definitely. That is something that Fire Esports can use to sit pretty right now.
Yeah.
And GOW Demon is the only one that I'm seeing at this point, and well, not for long, as they are taken out by the other teams. Now, Team Falcons, 10 elimination already, times 2. That would be 20 points, and that is just this early.
Wow.
A lot more of targets, and Jojo targeted by Bermuda United. Is that it for Sodak? It seems... Oh, still have Videls.
One more. Come on. Don't do it, Buriram. Don't do it. Okay, let Malaysia survive. Okay, at least one team. Come on. I mean, Toda has done very well so far. They even took on RRQ like champs, took them out of the equation. Unfortunate that Toda only shines sometimes. And then, you know, unfortunately disappointing for the Malaysian fans on the other times. But if they can make it through, right here, right now, perhaps they redeem themselves. Buriram looking for a few more points. Videls. And that's about it for them.
And that's about it. 4th place, if I'm mistaken. But we still have 3 Thai teams right now fighting for this Booyah. Who will be taking it? Would it be the AG Global team that has been slowed down yesterday and is on fire today? Would it be Bermuda United, who seems like they're always on fire unless they want to sleep? Or Team Falcons, who's half asleep for most of the time in this knockout stage?
And obviously, AG Global is the most motivated one because AG Global is currently on the 12th spot. Toda was actually looking for their position, and Toda actually got enough eliminations to replace AG Global if they don't do well in this round. So their backs are up against the wall. There's no if, buts, or maybes. But what a riptide rhythm from Falcons. They drop 1, they drop 2, they drop 3, and bye-bye AG Global, says the combination of Falcons and Buriram.
Now, Team Falcons, Bermuda United, let's see on a 4v4. There goes another one from Team Falcons already going down, but the pickup has been done. Bermuda United going in for a rush. A 3-1 split. On fire is a target, but there goes the melter to melt all their souls away, but On Fire is still alive.
Yeah, but Buriram wanting to go for that booyah. They want to make sure they perfect the pressure and the pacing to always be able to secure the booyah at the end of the day, because we know how much more important those booyahs have become. And it looks like they have done it not once, but potentially twice now. And they are getting closer and closer to this. But of course, their opponents are no chumps. It's Falcons, the ones that will be able to end their run on a good day on fire. Beautiful backstab. And the time turner gets whipped out as well for them to get a triple. And Buriram ends the day with 3 booyahs.
3 booyahs indeed. That is just Buriram United doing Buriram United things. Another booyah in this day. And this is double elimination. We didn't get a clear view of how many eliminations they had. Only it goes to your expectation, AJ, on a 60. But even if it doesn't, they have already broken through that 200 point for the entire knockout stage.
I have to say I'm disappointed with Buriram. Very disappointed. I expected a massive game. Okay, I expected like 60 points. But it's all right. I'll take what I get. More than 200 points for Buriram. And I believe RRQ would have been able to cross 200 points as well, because they did decent in this matchup. Falcons managed to climb the overall leaderboard as well. EVOS Divine obviously will be a little annoyed because they didn't get to do much about it today directly against these squads, but they don't have to wait for long, because tomorrow Point Rush, and then the following day for the grand finals of this preseason for FFWS SEA Spring 2025, they get the opportunity to do it right up against these squads all in one lobby. The creme de la creme. We brought the start to this preseason with the best 18. Now we've got the best 12, baby. Who the 12 are, we'll have to wait and see. But for now, the best on this map, the ones that get the booyah, is the one and only Buriram United Esports.
Oh, Buriram United Esports, another booyah for the team, making that 5 overall for the knockout stage. Now, the excitement is building up. We've already talked about the storyline on how some team might be kicked out. Some teams will be able to get to the top 12, and we just want to know who those are. Who has a chance to get to the next level? Who has a chance to change their fate? Because if it does, it really changes the atmosphere of like tournaments. It might be different from what we've seen in the previous tournament.
And you know, one of the things that we were talking about as well as to how some teams can use this, if you are in the bottom 6, to jump into the top 12 on the final day. And we saw one team surprisingly actually try to pull this off. That was Toda from Malaysia, right? There's all of a sudden this you know, fresh new tenacity out of them, that adrenaline pumping through their veins very clearly. It brought out the monsters within them. They survived for quite a while. They survived the onslaught of RRQ, only to be taken down by Buriram. But it was, you know, unfortunate, because it's just that kind of map where the circle brought them to the open grounds. They had the bridge, but after the bridge, they could only depend on their glue walls, and there were enemies all around who already had eyes on them. So their run came to an end. But did they get enough points? Did the double point mechanism help push them into the top 12 because they were so close already? We still need to wait for the overall leaderboard to show us that net.
I mean, we were talking about AG Global, who was in there in the 12. We also talked about BTR, CRM, who's on the race, as well as adding Todak in the mix because of how they survive. So that increases their odds as well, despite of how low they are compared to the other teams. So I love how it's starting up. I love how it's giving so much hope for the other teams who will be doing like what we just talked about. Even for the number 1 spot, double elimination, even a point rush, they can add more to those points because of just that, and they can increase their odds even if they have been left out.
Absolutely, man. The final game showdown on double points is a game changer. If anything, in the history of Free Fire Esports, this is the biggest and most impactful rule that has ever been brought into play, and it is by far the most exciting rule ever brought into play in the history. In the past few years of shoutcasting for this game, this is what excites me the most, because we can't stop stressing on that. One game can change the fate of it, because we've seen this many a times. We've seen, teams like from the Philippines, Bloody Heads in the past, right? When we used to just have these showdowns, they used to suck. Okay, they were so bad in the knockout stage. They were so bad. They always used to be down the bottom. And then the last day, they become giant killers. They just become savages, right? They're hot dropping people. They're getting elimination after elimination after elimination after elimination. And that one final day where there's no hope at all for them to burst into the top 12, we see the best version of them.
Yeah.
Now with this rule, that could just get them into the top 12, right? So yeah, crazy stuff, bro.
And I guess we can be proud about this ourselves.
Yeah.
Because we've talked about this so many times. Wherein that final match has brought in a different phase, a different side of the teams, and I guess they put that in consideration as well. So props to those who worked in the background, consider all those stuff, and gave us this phenomenal of a rule, phenomenal of a format where anyone will be able to reach that goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thing of beauty. I wanted to see it in application, and of course, we got the fantastic chance. I really appreciate this preseason, by the way, because I've been on a break. I haven't shoutcasted for a while for Free Fire, and coming back in, and I was, so many changes have happened. So the preseason really gives us that opportunity to really catch up with the action live and to feel it at a stage like this. And it's just preseason. Yes, there's money on the line, but not as much money as the actual thing that's going to happen come April, right? So it's a great preview, and exactly what we thought could happen has happened. The final game was truly a phenomenal one. It's keeping us on our toes. We still want to know what the eliminations like, but surprisingly, bro, the eliminations coming out of Buriram this time just wasn't fancy.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been brought in by the hunger of the other teams. Moshi, surprisingly, it's not often that we see him with 2 elimination, but in terms of damage, did manage to put a lot. And well, I guess it's for the chase. Whoever, and we heard them in the interview, they're not really putting someone in the pedestal in terms of MVP. It's just for them to fight for it within the team. If they get that booyah, they fight for that MVP. And right now, with this one, it is Moshi who gets that 2 against the others who get 1 from the team.
Yeah, it looks like Moshi is going to walk away with 500 USD. Do you think he's going to share with his friends?
I'm not quite sure.
Nah, bro.
Because they shared so much
rich
already. They share so much already in terms of the prize pool. So this is something that they can just keep it.
This is extra pocket money, bro.
Yeah.
More
bling bling.
You go more bling bling, more diamond studs for their ears, right? Great stuff. Gotta love it. And obviously, Buriram getting that top spot is gonna give us yet another highlight of what their active and passive skills are. They are one of the few teams that actually runs the fort, right? You don't actually see this in many of the other teams. They obviously know that it's very important for Moshi to have that extra health, because he's the one that's breaking away from the rest of his team members, right? When he starts taking the damage, Fort kind of kicks in, very, very OG, and, he kind of looks like that ruffian out there who can take a punch. And that's exactly what Moshi is. He takes a punch as the sniper of the squad, and then he quickly jumps back into the ranks with the rest of them.
Now, Jonah pulls a Zane right here, the Extreme Encounter, and this is a currently nerfed character. So that's how cheeky they are. They are. And also 2 Antonios on the mix, another nerf character. So they're just putting a statement. They're just putting a statement.
Even statement and experiments, bro, because bringing Jonah in here, that Extreme Encounter out of Zane, extra defense, because Jonah is very aggressive and he is the grenadier of the squad. Very important element to be played in there is to have your grenadier alive, because it's great if you can go and pick up the grenade launcher, but it's not so great if you're getting knocked out too early. And Jonah has kind of perished before using that grenade launcher. So it's something that, a lot of stress needs to go on. But speaking of stress, look at these double points shenanigans, man. Falcons hitting 14 eliminations, and that gets them a huge boost at the top of the leaderboard for a total of 37. AG Global picks up a total of 34 points. Buriram United with a total of 30 points, and obviously that'll help them dominate the top of the leaderboard. And RRQ doesn't manage to catch up with Buriram as they pick up a total of 23. But Toda, 19 points. Is it enough to break through the top 12? Can they be the only Malaysian team to make it through to Point Rush and the grand finals? We'll have to wait and see.
I can't wait. I'm looking at BTR CRM at the bottom of this list, and there's a lot of hopes for Todak right here. And for AG Global, they put up so much in here with elimination, and I think they are in a safe spot away from the top 12. And I don't know. That might worry some from those in B who's already in a safe spot, because AG Global just overtook them.
I think the one that needs to be worried the most is CRM, because I think it was CRM that was holding on to the 12th spot earlier, right? So, they didn't get many points, bro. They got eliminated early, 124 points. This is today standing alone.
3 points.
Toda has gotten a total of 60. CRM is so close to them with a total of 66. I did not notice the total number of points for CRM earlier, so I'm not able to make this quick math in my head, but I'm sure it's going to be a very tight fight. If Toda does not make it, it's going to be heartbreaking. If Toda makes it, I tell you, bro, it's just going to highlight exactly what we've been talking about all pre-season. Double points, baby. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, yes, indeed. I'm really excited. I can't wait. But 124. Let's just focus on that for the moment. 3 points ahead of RRQ, because I guess Buriram United really wants to put that in everyone's faces that we can make that, we can do that. We just didn't want to do it, or they were caught off guard with a new format, and they want to study everyone else before they pull it off, and they did. They beat the record that RRQ had pulled off, and even with that, they still maintain that #1 spot.
Yeah, clearly one of the teams that's still experimenting out there with their active and passive skills that they're playing around with. It seems like they do know what they're doing. They're confident with their capabilities, and they just want to see how much they can push the current meta, and they want to discover something that's special within the game that they can have as an added advantage against the rest of the players. If they didn't even need one already, they now have one, and it just makes them even more lethal, right? But the question still remains, Neptune. Who are the top 12 teams that move on to Point Rush and the Grand Finals? Who will get to play for the champion Rush Point? I want to know. I want to see. Does Malaysia have a representative in this pre-season final 2 days of play in Battle Royale? Toda could just be that hope for the whole nation of Malaysia.
And we'll have to see. On how will that end up. If we're going to see that for today, but hopefully we do. A lot of excitement.
We better, bro. If they end the show without showing us the table, I'm gonna flip a table.
Hopefully it's not the ones carrying your PC, but
no, not that table. Too expensive.
I guess you have an extra right here ready to
I got an extra. That's good. Let's set up an empty table before I flip it.
That's
because it's too much of work to clear up.
That's planning ahead, right? Planning ahead. You have a table clear.
Planned aggression.
And also, it should be a table that's so light that it can be flipped.
So I don't throw my back out, right? Thanks for the tip, bro. I'll look into it. It's been a good day. It's been a fantastic day. I mean, Free Fire Esports always, it's just got its way, man. It's made its way to my heart, and it's just finding a damn way to stay there. You gotta love it. Season after season, I do shoutcast for other games, all right? It gets pretty boring after a while. Free Fire has managed to find many, many innovative ways to just keep this exciting. And I really appreciate it because, you know, when you get jaded with your job sometimes, you don't want to do it anymore. How do you not do this, bro? You can pretty much be bad the whole day, okay, and play 2 final games and jump right back in there. That's what Buriram did on their first day of play, you know, and Toda, a team that just was bad, okay, was just bad, has that opportunity to make amends now. It's everything that we've asked for.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of excitement from the beginning up until this moment, and like we normally don't end the day like laughing and smiling just like this, excited and everything else mixed together.
Usually know the results already. I'm like, just end the show. I want to go home now. I am home actually.
It's not like you're traveling, but you might be traveling from one room to another. Well, for me, I'm just in one room, so not so much. The old guy will not be that tired.
Let's not compare who has to travel more as we work from home, bro. Okay, it's actually been very, very interesting to see the method of success used by so many of these teams, right?
Yeah.
Because we do have that opportunity to already see the leaderboard up to what EVOS did yesterday, and they did not pick up many placement points. The reason why EVOS Divine was so successful was actually because of the double points map. They had a total of 108 points from eliminations, and that's all thanks to the double points map, right? Because in the other games, they were not so furious. They were one of the underdogs that used the double points to launch themselves into success. At the end of the day, they only had 58 placement points and 108 elimination points. Now, when you compare that to the rest of the teams that are in the top 5, top 6 with them, they have a minimum of 70 points.
Yeah.
That's insane what this double point match at the end of the day can do for you. And it's actually very watered down. What we see, the potential of these double points match is very watered down because in the preseason, we only get 2 days technically for that one team to have this double points match. When the real thing comes, bro, we've got a marathon to run through in FFWS SEA Spring 2025. We're going to have a lot of double points games.
And most of the time, like, it's 3 times the number of matches with, like, for this tournament's knockout stage. So how much more can they stack in terms of numbers? How much more pressure they will have when it comes at game number 6? How much more changes we can have in this tournament? So I don't know. Surprise overall. That's just something that we might expect for the major tournaments for the spring and the fall.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Now, I know I like some suspense, but I think production's making us wait a little bit too long here for... I want to know, man. Who made it? Who made it? CRM? Did CRM make it? Did Toda make it? Did RRQ somehow manage to catch up to Buriram? I don't think they managed to catch up to Buriram. But, you know, I want to know. I want to look at the leaderboard. I've already seen today's leaderboard. I want to see the overall leaderboard. I want to see exactly who did not make it. I know Vamos didn't make it. I know Expand didn't make it. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as I demand for it, production says, all right, bro, let's show them the overall leaderboard.
Let's see.
Oh my God. Toda made it, Neptune.
Yeah, and it is tied with Core Memory Esports. This is the first step. This is the second step rather, for our tiebreaker, and they did it. They managed to get in to the next level, pushing most of the teams that we don't expect away. Core Memory won. Bigatron Esports another. Oh my goodness, this is like such a threshold, an achievement for Todak right here.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Vietnam squeezes 3 teams in from its own region, Heavy WAG and Hua Esports. A little surprising that Thailand has dropped Core Memory Esports from the 5 squads as it moves on into Point Rush. Usually Thailand, will field all of its teams because of the level of competition that's just so high within the nation. But even as you look at the Thai teams spread out through our table, you can see it's not just about Thailand anymore. It's not the Thai dominance anymore. It's Southeast Asia, baby. We are bringing the reckoning to the world of Free Fire Esports, and it is all spread out in terms of who can go out there and truly slay. You gotta love it. 2025 is just a different beast altogether. And Abe is leading the MVP leaderboard. And the only reason why Buriram players can still smile is because they've got 2 more days to snatch it away.
Yes, sir. I mean, that's only a difference of 4 elimination, and we know that these players will be able to pull it off. But this is one thing that I would say one of the players from Buriram United will not be happy, because YE Sports ABCD was able to squeeze himself through on that number 5 spot, and this is Get High, who has been kicked. Get High, who mostly is in there, but well, still have a few more days to deal with.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens when you are, in a situation where you have to be the support player. You have to take a step back. You have to allow the rest of the players to get the eliminations. But you know what? They can still flex it, baby, because team of the day is the one and only Buriram United Esports with a total of 64 elimination points, 3 booyahs to their name, and a total accumulated damage of 41,896. They most definitely are a beast you do not want to mess with.
Yeah, I mean, top dogs for standings, top dogs for the day, and they've done that twice already. Every time they step in, even if they showed us a little bit slow down, they can recover and they get that back up. Or correction, it was twisted mind for day number 1, but they almost got it. But Buriram United in here, the rest of the teams in here did their best to get to the top 12, did their best to get to the point rush, and thank you Free Fire, thank you Garena Free Fire for bringing us this exciting format to mess with our minds.
Love it. I mean, I saw it, I read it, and I was like, what? No way. I loved it when I saw it. I am loving it as I see it. And I think I'm going to love it even more when I see it applied on the world stage. And man, I don't know, man. This might have just thrown more bizarre works, scenarios into the mix, because now you can have LATAM nowhere close to winning because they already did it when they were nowhere close to winning and then they won it. Now they can do it all over again. So SEA better step it up.
Let's see on how well they can step it up. That is it for the knockout stage. We are now ready for Point Rush. That will be happening tomorrow, and after that, the final day where we're going to witness the championship or the champion rush conditions being played. We're not even halfway through to all, or we're not even full on what surprise has been offered, but we have to say goodbye and good night to everyone. See you again next time.